Chronicles of the Stellar Mecha War. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 701, Finding Things to Do. Lin Fan came out of the office, and as soon as she turned around, she couldn't hold the smile on her face. She was prone to overthinking. When this happened, countless possibilities suddenly appeared in her mind, and she even thought about whether to engrave an epitaph on her tombstone. She knew that the other party would not arrive for a few days, and the result might not be bad. It would be useless to think about anything now. But she understood the reason, but she couldn't control her brain, and she wanted to think wildly. Although she learned to adjust and control, it was impossible to eat, drink and have fun without any burden. Lin Fan hated this problem of hers, but there was nothing she could do. She had learned to reconcile with herself and accept all kinds of bad things calmly, instead of getting stuck in a dead end, holding on, and pushing herself into a negative state. Finding something else to keep busy would be more helpful to relax. After stroking her hair, she thought of Mijao again, but suddenly found that she didn't know where to find her. If you have any difficulties, find Wu Yusen. Lin Fan is well versed in the way of convenience. She made a phone call, and Wu Yusen was sweating in the gym. You want to find Teacher Me? He walked to the side with the phone and wiped his sweat. Aren't classes suspended? Why are you looking for her? Wu Yusen didn't ask this question out loud. He twisted the bottle cap with the phone between his legs and drank a mouthful of water. That's why I need to find someone, because classes are suspended. Lin Fan squatted down in a corner where no one was. I'm upset and want to find a strong person to rely on. Wu Yusen almost spit out a mouthful of water in his mouth. Lin Fan still needs to rely on a strong person, but he also knew. Although Xingqian is so powerful, Lin Fan can always face difficulties when encountering major events, but she is prone to overthinking and has never changed her habit of creating anxiety. It's okay on weekdays, but when encountering troubles, she tends to panic, and the bigger the trouble, the more panicked she becomes. She scares herself first, and when she really faces it, it's actually just like that. People, when they encounter uneasy and helpless situations, will subconsciously want to seek the protection of the strong. The strong person closest to Lin Fan at the moment is Mijao, and her reaction is actually normal. Okay, wait for me for a quarter of an hour, I'll pack and come find you. Wu Yusen still spoiled Lin Fan, and would not easily reject a request. Lin Fan hung up the phone with a sullen look. She still had to wait. She stood up and patted her knees. She had to find something to do. Wu Yusen took a quick shower and walked into Lin Fan's office with a fresh bath scent. There was no one outside, and the bedroom door was open. He walked over with heavy steps and saw Lin Fan sitting at the table fiddling with her face in front of the mirror. The way a woman puts on makeup is actually not very pretty. Lin Fan squinted her eyes and drew eyeliner on her upper eyelids. Seeing someone coming to the door didn't bother her, and she casually greeted him. You're here. That's strange. Wu Yusen leaned against the door and joked with his arms around his chest. Why are you suddenly putting on makeup? 2 years ago, it was Li Chunhua who made a fuss and bought a bunch of luxury cosmetics for Lin Fan. At that time, he felt sorry for the price of cosmetics and supervised Lin Fan's makeup every day. Lin Fan also dressed up for a while. After returning to the Special Affairs office, without Li Chunhua nagging her every day, Lin Fan herself was not such a delicate person, so she gradually let herself go of the issue of dressing up. When she became small, she was cute, and Wu Yusen was interested in dressing up the little girl and played a game of dress up. But after Lin Fan returned to adulthood, he never paid attention to this again. Lin Fan was considered good looking and young, and cosmetics were just icing on the cake. It didn't matter whether she had them or not. Besides, there were all kinds of people in the Special Affairs office, including men like Jin Sichin who were dressed up, and women who looked like they were mining underground. There was no such thing as having to put on makeup to show politeness as in the outside workplace. Not dressing up was not a rare thing at all. Later, the mission became heavier and they encountered danger several times. When faced with major events, who could still remember such trivial things as Macup? So much so that when Wu Yusen suddenly saw Lin Fan putting on Macup today, he was stunned. If I don't use it anymore, it will expire. I bought it at a high price. Lin Fan looked at the eyeliner on both sides in the mirror. It was quite symmetrical. He covered the eyeliner and looked for the next tool. I was looking for something to do just now, but I couldn't find anything. I just happened to see these. It's better to kill time than to have idle thoughts. Maybe it's influenced by teacher me. Shrugging, he opened the lipstick and applied it on his mouth. Mijao is old, but she smells good every day. Her hair is meticulously brushed, and she paints red lips when she teaches. Every time Lin Fan sees such a delicate old lady, he feels that he is too rough and has a sense of vanity. It happened that he had some free time today, so he dressed up. John Woo looked at her grinning and applying lipstick in surprise. His previous girlfriends all wore Macup, but this is the first time he has seen a woman putting on Macup. Because of the need to apply lipstick, Lin Fan's facial expression is not really beautiful. The angle is weird and stupid, but John Woo is inexplicably cute. What are you thinking about? He walked closer, looked at the boxes of all sizes on the table, and curiously picked up the nearest one. What is this for? Blush? Lin Fan glanced at it, then looked back at the mirror. She had already painted her lips, so should she apply blush? She should apply it, because the foundation was a little white and her face was pale. She took the blush from Wu Yusen, touched the blush brush, dipped it in the powder, and applied it to her face. Wu Yusen looked at her movements, which were like painting a wall, and was a little puzzled. Macup, is this what it is? She swept it on the left and on the right. Seeing that both cheeks in the mirror had a light pink color, Lin Fan closed the powder box with satisfaction. She looked up and saw Wu Yusen looking at her in a daze and asked casually, how is it? Very good, not bad. What could Wu Yusen have any objection to? He thought Lin Fan's painted face was pretty good. Besides, this is just a basic Macup. After the base, it's eyeliner, lipstick, and blush. If it wasn't for Wu Yusen holding it in her hand, Lin Fan might not have applied it. If she really had to choose, she could only choose the lipstick color that was popular in the past 2 years. But Wu Yusen knew nothing about the color, so he couldn't have any objection. Lin Fan stood up with a smile, ready to take her bag and leave, but then she thought that, since she had put on her Macup, she had to match it with a set of clothes. So she opened the closet and looked for clothes. In the past 2 years, she also bought a lot of new clothes, but her daily tasks were mainly comfortable and convenient, and she didn't wear bright and fashionable styles very often. Today is a good opportunity, wear it, otherwise it would be a waste of money. Wu Yusen sat on the sofa for a long time, looking at Lin Fan's rare exquisite dress, and his heart was upset. The beautiful Macup and clothes were just to cover up her inner panic, and such beauty made him feel distressed. Lin Fan grabbed the hem of her skirt with both hands and turned around. The hem covered with small flowers swung open, and the flowers and plants on it seemed to be alive, looking pleasing to the eye. You're on call? Wu Yusen's voice sounded muffled, and Lin Fan suddenly couldn't turn around, and couldn't laugh. Oh, is it easy for me to go through all this? She rolled her eyes, walked to the sofa listlessly, fell into it, and lay flat. Hey, that's not right. Suddenly she sat up again, tugged at the back of the sofa, and looked at Wu Yusen behind her. How did you know? Few people know about Three's situation at present. Wu Yusen is not a frontline standby personnel. He should not be notified when there is no formal contact with the mission, or when he needs to execute instructions. Guessed it. Wu Yusen walked to the single sofa next to him and sat down. I didn't think of it at first, but you are so abnormal now, there must be a big change. And now, the biggest change is probably the thing in the sky. It was said before that it would arrive at the end of March, and the time is right. It's really a smart person. Lin Fan admired her. If it were her, if she didn't tell her in person, she probably wouldn't know that 03 had left. Yeah, that's the situation, she said in a Jehu-like manner. I know it's too early, but when I got the news, I couldn't help but have a lot of messy thoughts in my mind. The director asked me to eat, drink and have fun, but you know me, I tend to think too much when I'm idle, so I just find something to do to try not to have time to think. Lin Fan sighed helplessly and looked at Wu Yusen pitifully. Yeah, I know. Wu Yusen stood up and stretched out his hand to her. To make you happy and have no time to think. Come on, I'll arrange it. Lin Fan slapped his palm weakly. You said it, then I won't use my brain. Wu Yusen arranged it. Why should she worry about it? Yes, I guarantee that the young lady will be satisfied. Wu Yusen pulled up the gorgeous Lin Fan with a force, helped her pick up her mobile phone and bag, and smiled and led her out. The faint scent of bath and cosmetics in the room gradually dissipated as the two left. Chapter 702. Watching John Woo's Mecha. Wu Yusen didn't take Lin Fan to find me Jiao in the end. She changed her mind in the car. I was just clumsy at the moment and grabbed someone randomly. Besides, if I really went, what would I talk about with teacher Mi? Mi Jiao was amazing, but she was an old lady after all. There was a generation gap, and they had just met not long ago. What else could they talk about besides the content of the class? In the end, she just continued to pass on her experience. But Lin Fan couldn't try it now. He was already itching to try it, and he didn't want to make it worse. Wu Yusen nodded silently. It's better not to go. Teacher Mi's personality is not as good as you think. He expected Lin Fan to change his mind at the last minute. He adjusted his route calmly and headed for the next destination. Although Lin Fan decided not to find anyone, he was still curious. What did you say? Who among those who can become big shots is really gentle? Just look at her radical methods. Don't you think it doesn't match her temperament? She has a really good temper. Will students complain? She even retired? Really? Lin Fan slapped his fist. I thought about it before. The old lady's temper is different from her methods. She is better than I thought. It turns out that it's not the case. You still think simply and are easily misled by appearances. Wu Yusen pointed out gently. Lin Fan scratched his head embarrassedly and then remembered that she was dressing up. She took down the Macute mirror to fix her hair. So I always envy you for your smart brains. In fact, she had thought about contacting Antonio before. After all, as the only two Mecha people on Langsing, his situation should be similar to Lin Fan's. But thinking of his position and the hidden purpose that he had not figured out, plus the days during the new year, she was smiling on the surface, but she had to suppress things in her heart, like a double agent. The miserable state. Lin Fan decisively gave up this option. Anyway, in a few days, when we face 03, this guy will definitely not be absent, so just wait a few more days. Wu Yusen took the time to glance at her. Lin Fan's IQ is the same as her psychological quality, always high and low and difficult to estimate. There are times when she is smart, she can see things without being pointed out, and she can see things from angles that others can't think of. But most of the time, it must be admitted that this is a simple-minded silly girl. Fortunately, the silly girl has self-knowledge, likes to lie down and not make trouble. It didn't cause any trouble. Compared with those guys who love to be smart and always let others clean up the mess, Lin Fan is so obedient and worry-free. She is simply a good colleague template. Okay. Wu Yusen chatted with Lin Fan all the way, and soon parked the car in front of a large amusement park. That's it? Lin Fan got off the car, saw the colorful big sign, and looked at Wu Yusen in confusion. Can it be fun? In the amusement park, the tall Ferris wheel was rolling slowly. That was a rhythm that Lin Fan also disliked. Except for children and couples, probably no one would dislike the deliberately slowed down Ferris wheel. This amusement park is famous for its wide variety of equipment, and the various entertainment projects in the extreme area are known as the best in Asia. Online comments say that it is a must-visit place for fun, so don't worry. John Woo explained with a smile. After getting the ticket and entering the venue, he walked around and led people directly to the gate of the extreme area. Before entering, Lin Fan heard the whistling sound of equipment and the roaring screams inside. The waves of sound seemed to pierce the sky, and some people shouted "Put me down," which was really lively. When you walk in, there is a big pendulum on this side, a pirate ship on the other side, a bungee jumping machine in the distance, and a vertical roller coaster. One thrilling amusement project after another, plus the endless screams, let the people watching adrenaline soar. Lin Fan looked down at her big skirt and hesitated. Are you sure I can play like this? If she had known that she was going to play this, she would have changed her pants. This flowery skirt has a huge hem that swings when the wind blows. It doesn't look safe in this exciting project with flying angles. It's okay. Wu Yusen put his arm around her shoulders and walked forward with her. It doesn't matter what you wear. Let's go. Lin Fan followed him suspiciously, but finally decided to trust him. At worst, she could go back and tighten her skirt a little. Although it would be a little troublesome, it shouldn't be a big problem. Wu Yusen took advantage of the opportunity and took Lin Fan to a place with fewer people to line up. Soon it was their turn. When Lin Fan sat down, he took out a rubber band from nowhere and tied it around her knees. In this way, the hem of her skirt would have about 10 centimeters of room for movement, so she wouldn't be exposed, no matter how she swung. Lin Fan was very satisfied and gave him a thumbs up. Sure enough, I should trust Wu Yusen. I don't have to worry about anything. Many years ago, Lin Fan played with a pendulum. When she first went up, she was full of curiosity. But after she was lifted off, she was pulled by the weightlessness and inertia. She could only close her eyes and scream. After she came down, she felt like she had escaped death. Since then, she has kept a distance from such games and avoided them. After many years, she tried it again, thinking that she would have the same fresh experience as before. But she forgot that she had already gotten used to the more severe weightlessness and acceleration in her training. This resulted in her feeling nothing during these projects that were stimulating to ordinary people. There was no fear, no excitement. Whether it was the bungee jumping machine or the pirate ship, it was far inferior to the Russian descent in her flight training. Listening to the screams in her ears, Lin Fan remembered that she was also screaming so hard when Song Ren carried her to parachute. In a blink of an eye, she was indifferent. She was a little bored at first, but she accidentally discovered that Wu Yusen would also be affected. When his breathing accelerated and his muscles tensed, she found it fun again. Although Wu Yusen always smiled, he was always a calm and self-controlled person. He didn't seem to be nervous when he was with Lin Fan. But no matter how strong Wu Yusen was, he rarely faced such a high-speed weightlessness state. Even if he didn't scream, his body couldn't help but react. He didn't hear Lin Fan's movement. He was curious and turned his head to see, and then he heard her shouting. The sound was like laughing and shouting. The no-holds-barred quarrel seemed to help him shout out the depression in his heart, making him feel much more comfortable. After coming down, Wu Yusen was a little depressed, but Lin Fan was smiling like a flower. Are you happy? Wu Yusen liked to see Lin Fan smile. When this girl smiled, it was as if there was a kind of magic that made the surrounding environment brighter, and it had a healing effect. Happy? Lin Fan smiled secretly at Wu Yusen's depressed look. Wu Yusen's reaction was much more fun than the game itself. Are you okay? She asked. As expected, you can't ask a man this question. Wu Yusen immediately put on his signature fake smile. Okay, of course not. Do you still want to play? Seeing Lin Fan nod, Wu Yusen immediately grabbed her wrist and walked forward. Then let's go to the next one. On this day, John Woo risked his life to accompany the gentleman and Lin Fan to play. Lin Fan showed his acting skills, yelling and then secretly watching John Woo's reaction. After a round, the tough guy John Woo also felt dizzy and pale. He sat on a chair to rest with weak hands and feet. Lin Fan hurried to buy water, came back to unscrew the lid, and handed it to him. John Woo felt much better after a while. He saw Lin Fan's ruddy face, and the smile that he didn't have time to hide, and finally reacted. Is it fun? Lin Fan felt a little guilty and smiled awkwardly. The person sitting next to him didn't dare to look at him. The screams in the amusement park continued, but it was particularly quiet around the two of them. Are you happy? John Woo's tone returned to normal. Lin Fan glanced at him and didn't see any blame, so he felt much more at ease. Happy? She replied with a smile, thinking that this statement was ambiguous, and quickly added, it's not because of you. I'm really happy. She looked at the tourists who were being swung around on the equipment and kept screaming, and smiled. Sometimes, when I see them having fun and laughing freely, I feel that what I do is actually quite meaningful. Wu Yusen turned his head, and Lin Fan's profile seemed to be glowing. Yes. He turned his head and looked at the crowd laughing and making noise in the distance. seeing this prosperous world as I wish. I feel that everything is worth it. The two sat quietly on the chair for a long time, watching people coming and going, until the closing notice sounded. When they walked to the front of the car, Wu Yusen called Lin Fan and threw the car keys to her. "Go back and drive." Lin Fan blinked, and before he could react, he heard Wu Yusen say again, "This is a punishment." Lin Fan scratched his nose guiltily and got into the driver's seat. Wu Yusen's wife has excellent performance. Lin Fan has sat in it countless times, but it was the first time to drive it. Speaking of driving, she didn't know how many years ago she last touched the steering wheel. Lin Fan, who was carrying out the punishment seriously, fumbled with the ignition, and it took several tries to start. She turned dangerously and was knocked down by Wu Yusen before she even left the parking lot. With Lin Fan's poor driving skills, if she really had to drive back to the special affairs office, she wouldn't know who she would be punished for. Whoever has the wife would feel sorry for her. Wu Yusen decided not to let Lin Fan touch his wife's steering wheel again. Back at the special affairs office, the two of them ate and drank happily. When they parted, Lin Fan suddenly asked, "Are you going tomorrow?" Wu Yusen couldn't help it, so he rolled his eyes at her and turned away. Lin Fan finally stopped hiding and laughed. She felt so bad. What should she do? Chapter 703, Fighting Again and Again. When the phone rang, Lin Fan was playing games in Wang Fengfeng's dormitory. Wu Yusen took her to Gao to eat, drink and have fun. After 2 days of being rich, she felt bored. When she didn't have money, she wanted to have money. When she had money, she felt it was boring to spend it. It happened that she met Wang Fengfeng at night, and he asked, "Happiness without spending money? That's easy." So the next day, Wu Yusen brought Lin Fan here. Wang Fengfeng's dormitory is in the living area, in a small high-rise building. There are probably many people living here in the institute. When Lin Fan was waiting for the elevator downstairs, she saw several familiar people. She didn't remember their names, so she could only smile and nod. Wang Fengfeng had been waiting for them at home. The living room is in sight. As soon as you enter the door, a huge LCD TV hangs opposite the sofa. There is a carpet in front of the sofa, no coffee table, and a tray full of snacks and drinks is placed on the ground next to it. Several lazy sofas and pillows are placed casually, and the soft appearance makes people want to lie on them immediately. "You really know how to enjoy yourself," Lin Fan exclaimed. On weekdays, Wang Fengfeng doesn't seem to be too particular. Apart from gossip, he doesn't seem to have any special hobbies. I didn't expect his home to be unexpectedly comfortable. That's right. If you don't enjoy yourself, you'll be in vain. Wang Fengfeng welcomed him enthusiastically. "Don't look at me as a homebody. I also have requirements for life." Lin Fan immediately thought of his life without any requirements. He felt that he was not as good as a homebody. Was he a little too rough? This was not the first time that Wu Yusen came. After changing his shoes, he went straight to the TV and bent over to pick up something on the TV cabinet. What games are there? Men's obsession with games seems to be no less than that of mechanical products. Wu Yusen would play a few games on weekdays, but he was not obsessed. Once he entered Wang Fengfeng's room, he seemed a bit like an internet-addicted teenager, leaving only the back of his head for Lin Fan. "Everything is available. You can choose," Wang Fengfeng replied proudly, and then took Lin Fan, who came for the first time, to visit the room. This room is not big, with an area of about 70 to 80 square meters. The kitchen and living room are connected, but they are very small. It is not used for cooking. There is only a water bar and washing functions. It is true that Wang Fengfeng eats all 3 meals and supper in the cafeteria, so the kitchen is basically useless to him. There is a small round table with 2 chairs between the kitchen and the living room. There are game controllers and illustrated magazines on the table. Lin Fan suspects that this table may not have been used for meals. The living room faces the sun and the light is very good. Further in, there is a regular bathroom in the corridor. There are 2 rooms. One is a bedroom with a wardrobe. The 1.5 meter bed looks as soft as a cloud, and the quilt is casually lifted. There is no deliberate tidying up, because there are guests today. Wang Fengfeng is not shy. He took Lin Fan in for a walk, threw a few clothes that fell on the ground on the bed, and quickly opened the door of another room. This room is dark, and more than a dozen screens are lit in unison, and there are all kinds of colorful lights on the wall and in the computer case. Lin Fan thought he had entered a bar at first glance. Looking again, wow, isn't this the legendary local tyrant esports room? Wang Fengfeng turned on the lights and saw Lin Fan's shocked look with a smug look on his face. He began to introduce the various monitors and equipment. From CPU to graphics card, high resolution screen display to old technology. Lin Fan didn't understand anything, and there were always two words in his mind that kept flashing on the screen: awesome. Wang Fengfeng usually doesn't spend lavishly, and his food, clothing and daily expenses are also average. It seems that all the money is spent here. On each monitor, there is a second-rate girl with big eyes looking out, some cute, some royal. The cartoon characters on more than a dozen screens are different. Lin Fan thinks they are good looking, but he doesn't know any of them, so he asked casually. Wang Fengfeng immediately stopped introducing the configuration and enthusiastically introduced these more than a dozen wives one by one. Well, Lin Fan looked at Wang Fengfeng's thin body. It seems that there is a reason for his weakness. Okay, stop talking. Wu Yusen chose the game and saw that the person hadn't come back yet, so he came to catch him. Your wives are replaced after a while. There's no need to be so serious. Most people can't remember. Come out and play games. This is the real thing. He couldn't wait to grab Lin Fan's shoulders and pull her out. Wang Fengfeng was unwilling to accept it, so she could only follow him out with a grumble. Lin Fan has no talent for playing games. She hasn't played games for many years and she's not good at it, let alone new games like role-playing battles. She has no idea how to play them, and she was a mess after playing a few games. Wang Fengfeng and John Woo didn't mind, but she didn't feel accomplished. She gave up and didn't want to play anymore. She threw the controller aside and opened a bag of potato chips and stuffed it into her mouth. Wang Fengfeng wouldn't let her. With such good equipment and such a comfortable environment, how could he not experience the joy of the game? So he turned to the classic game Marion Brothers. As the music sounded and the screen appeared, Lin Fan felt like her childhood was back. She picked up the controller with full confidence and operated it, but she died as soon as she got out. Lin Fan didn't believe it, so she tried again and again. Well, she looked at the two people next to her who were not moved at all and still explained. The last time I played this was in the 4th grade of elementary school, and my hands are not good enough. Hey, it's okay. It's just a game. Just have fun. The result is not important. Although Wang Fengfeng was a little speechless, he didn't dare to have any opinions in his heart. Who is this? Lin Fan. Even if she doesn't transform into a mecha, she can beat him with her bare hands. Not to mention that she has a lightning plugin, and it is said that she is practicing the release accuracy recently. If she is unhappy, maybe all the wives in his house will say goodbye to him. That's the money he has saved for a long time. Wu Yusen really doesn't care. When Lin Fan became a child, he had seen her game skill points, which were not high, so he was mentally prepared. Besides, he was just accompanying Lin Fan to kill time and play games for fun. As long as Lin Fan is not idle, she can die however she wants. Lin Fan wanted to stop playing, but seeing that the two of them were so nice and prepared the game for her, it would be immature to just give up. So she played a few more times. She didn't know whether it was because she had become more proficient or her mindset had changed, but she was getting better and better. She also had fun playing and tried a few new games. She was a little addicted. The phone call came at this time, instantly breaking the happy atmosphere. After hanging up the phone, Wang Fengfeng's notice also arrived. His vacation was cancelled, and he had to return to the information room immediately to wait. Wu Yusen didn't receive the notice, but he still took the initiative to send the two back to the office area. The information room once again served as a control and contact room, and ZHU Kunjin was already waiting inside. Dozens of monitors were flashing various information at the same time. Wang Fengfeng went to her workstation familiarly and started working without saying a word. What's going on? Lin Fan sat on the chair next to ZHU Kunjin and asked. In the phone call just now, ZHU Kunjin told her that 03 had sent an unknown message. Now it is parked behind the moon. Although it is not moving, this distance is already a dangerous distance for Lansing. There is no new movement at present. The Alliance has dispatched 3 nearby satellites to observe. Where is Zio Wu? ZHU Kunjin turned around and didn't see Wu Yusen, so he asked casually. He didn't come in outside. He didn't receive the notice. Lin Fan replied. ZHU Kunjin nodded. The news has not been released yet. The people who know about it are all here. After discussing the news about 03, the Alliance decided to keep it secret for the time being and decide whether to announce it to the public after confirming the other party's intention. The reason is still the same. After the announcement, there will be no practical help except panic among the public. Not to mention that Gro's previous attack has left many people with psychological trauma. Announcing it when the situation is unclear will do more harm than good. The news has been passed on to the ugly woman, and the barrier has also changed its mode on the day you were notified. Now it depends on what they are going to do. ZHU Kunjin wanted to touch the cigarette, but then remembered that the occasion was not right, so he crossed his legs and continued to pay attention to the big screen. Chapter 704 Audio. 03 sent a file. Probably. Anyway, a file with unclear format was received via satellite. I tried all kinds of software on Lansing, but it just couldn't be opened. Considering the gap in technology level, the H country people in the Blue Alliance seemed to be as clueless as P country. They were busy and forwarded things to the Special Affairs Office privately. If you have any difficulties, find the ugly woman. Other forces in the Blue Alliance didn't know about this foreign aid yet and only thought that the World Tree was something made by those people with superpowers. Not long after Lin Fan sat down, Jin Sichin's call came. As the half-spokesperson of the ugly woman, ZHU Kunjin answered without hesitation, and then his fair face appeared on the big screen. Hey, Lin Fan. Jin Sichin's expression, which was still a little tired, immediately became energetic when he saw the person sitting next to ZHU Kunjin. Lin Fan estimated that he must have been bullied by the ugly woman, but he pretended to be fine, and no one would expose him. He waved his hand sympathetically. Let's talk about business. ZHU Kunjin gritted his teeth and smiled. It was already this time, and he was still saying hello. The scene immediately changed to show the ugly woman sitting under the world tree with an impatient look on her face. I'm talking about this. Jin Sichin was not afraid of ZHU Kunjin at all. He moved his phone like a voiceover, zooming in and out the ugly woman's face, so that everyone could see how bad the old man was feeling. I can't bear all the bad things alone. The ugly woman's hair was already connected to the world tree. She was holding a tablet in her hand and poking it hard with her fingers, as if she had some grudge against the tablet. As if she felt the prying eyes, she turned her face towards the phone. Jin Sichin smoothly turned the phone back to his direction, said a few words with a flattering face, and was sprayed away by the ugly woman. In the information room, everyone just watched Jin Sichin's fake smile quietly and listened to him endure the wrath of the ugly woman. He himself didn't seem to care and didn't mind everyone watching his embarrassing scene. Until the camera changed, the environment changed. He retreated a distance, and the smile on his face instantly fell off, replaced by a cold face. I have analyzed an audio clip and recorded it. I'm sending it to you now. Sichin, you have worked hard. ZHU Kunjin knew that Jin Sichin was not a person with a good temper. ZHU Kunjin, who had also been criticized, also knew how difficult it was to serve the ugly woman, not to mention that Jin Sichin had to stay by her side all the time. If it were not for the mission, he, who was arrogant and petty, would never have tolerated the ugly woman's anger. Serving the people. Jin Sichin pulled the corner of his mouth, revealing a half smile. If you want to find the queen again recently, you should do it yourself. Let me take a break. Okay. ZHU Kunjin showed a loving smile like a father. Why is this person so angry today? As far as he knew, Jin Sichin's plan was going well. Although the relationship between the two was not very good, the ugly woman rarely showed anger like this, and she even scolded Jin Sichin and turned her face. ZHU Kunjin didn't believe that she was worried about 03. She was not worried about Land Crossing's complete destruction, so there must be other things. She has been unhappy recently. Jin Sichin pinched the bridge of her nose, as if she was really tired. The defense mode is equivalent to locking her whole body on the world tree, which is already very irritable. The ugly woman is a homebody who loves to guard the world tree. For so long, she has not even left the entrance of her cave. She lies on the comfortably decorated island in the middle of the lake every day to eat, drink, play and sleep. But her unwillingness to move is different from being restricted in movement. The defense mode of the world tree requires her to control it with her hair and synchronize it with her body. To some extent, it is equivalent to locking her with a chain. Therefore, the ugly woman, who has long been accustomed to her own taste, feels aggrieved, but there is no other way. Originally, Jin Sichin was quite good at coaxing her in this situation, but the trouble was the file that had just been sent. The ugly woman was really unhappy. Every time she was asked to control the world tree, to defend against foreign enemies, she was particularly irritable. Thinking of Kuafu who had cheated her in the past, she wanted to drag him out and whip his corpse. Thinking of these unpromising natives, they have only developed so little technology in thousands of years just to fight for power. But thinking of the instructions of the goddess Nua, what else can she do except worry? The ugly woman sighed. She was helpless. When Jin Sichin told her that 03 had sent a message, she was still complaining about the naming ability of this group of people, what kind of crappy names they gave. She didn't want to care, but it was related to whether she could regain her freedom as soon as possible. The ugly woman suppressed her impatience and imported the data into the world tree and soon successfully read it. She felt relieved and played it on the spot. It was just this audio that made the two confused. First there was a sound of nothing, then there was a sound like an animal, a whale or something, I'm not sure, long and short sounds, Jin Sichin recalled, then there was an electric current sound, the kind of beating rhythm, it felt like it was transmitting some signal, but it was not Morse code, and there were some sounds that I couldn't understand anyway. ZHU Kunjin wrote down the first-hand information in a small notebook and looked up to ask, then what? What did the ugly woman say? She must understand it, right? If the ugly woman could understand it, Jin Sichin wouldn't have been criticized. He thought the same as ZHU Kunjin at the time. He didn't understand why he found the ugly woman. This old ancestor knew much more than they did. But they were wrong about one thing. Nchao was a person nurtured by Nua thousands of years ago. Since she was born, she has been exposed to all the information passed to her by Nua, and then she was sealed underground at a young age. When Lin Fan and others woke her up, although Nchao's language system was different from the modern language of H, it was basically universal. Moreover, although the language development was of the same origin, after the change of time and culture, many foreign languages on Langsing have changed a lot, and Nchao can hardly understand it. When watching a foreign language film, she can only understand a few words, basically relying on subtitles, and she does not have the kind of magical power of knowing everything. As for the information of the ancient times, she experienced it personally, so she knew it clearly. But for the world tree, she is just the controller, who can control the operation skillfully, but she does not really know everything. It's like her ability is just to protect, although it is extremely powerful, but it is just protection. Putting aside her specialness, she is just a willful, and unreasonable girl. She is like a person who controls a computer. She can operate it, but she doesn't know how it works. Jin Sichin concluded. So she doesn't understand it at all. The ugly woman has self-esteem. She always feels that she is superior and different from ordinary people. But now, she has something that she can't solve in front of ordinary people, and it's such a trivial thing. The accumulated emotions during this period, coupled with this stimulation, directly broke out. Jin Sichin was the first to be sprayed with dog blood. Who is Jin Sichin? He said nice things in his mouth, but he already knew what was going on in his heart. The unreasonableness of the ugly woman is really unreasonable. Obviously, Jin Sichin's plan went smoothly, and on weekdays, the relationship between the two was gradually easing, but at this moment, she was like a scumbag who refused to admit her, and turned her face when she said she would. Her logical concept is different from that of the world. She is powerful, and she doesn't take human life seriously. In addition, Jin Sichin's talent can't do anything to her, so no matter how aggrieved she is, she can only coax her. Girls, when they are angry, no matter what the reason, just coax them. Even the ugly woman cannot escape this theorem. Fortunately, he has the right professional background and can handle it, but he is just in a bad mood. So the ugly woman doesn't know what the information is? ZHU Kunjin was shocked. They still expect the ugly woman to figure it out. Yes, but I feel that the information is divided into several parts. You can find other languages, biology, or decryption experts to try. Don't count on me. Also, for my physical and mental health, don't look for the ugly woman for the time being, unless there is something important recently. Jin Sichin hung up the phone after he finished speaking, and the information room was quiet for a while. Director, the audio file has been decrypted. What should we do next? Asked the technician. ZHU Kunjin asked him to send it to several departments, hesitated for a moment, and asked them to play it on the spot to listen. These hacker bosses in the information room also know how to crack. What if they can solve it? Lin Fan rested his face on the armrest with one arm, crossed his legs and listened. At first he was a little curious, then he didn't understand why, and suddenly sat up slowly in disbelief. Everyone was immersed in this audio clip, and no one could tell what it meant until it was finished. Suddenly, a weak female voice rang out. Can you play it again? Chapter 705 People Who Can Understand. Has Antonio not been contacted yet? Ovi's slightly irritable voice came from the corridor, and the heavy footsteps fully expressed his dissatisfaction. Since he came back, this kid has been rude to me, and later he ran away without a trace. He was just asked to bring Lin back, isn't that what he wants? He didn't even tell me how it went, this damn guy. The office door was pushed open heavily, and Ovi's cursing stopped when he saw the red-haired man sitting quietly in the swivel chair in front of the desk, playing with his phone. All the previous resentment disappeared in an instant, and he changed his face to a flattering smile, and walked forward quickly. Oh, my dear little brother, you are finally back. Antonio's mouth curled up slightly and sneered. Isn't he the damned guy? Oh, my dear Antonio, you know me, how could I slander you like that? Ovi patted Antonio's shoulder affectionately. I was scolding those bastards from Country H. They have been very arrogant recently, and have caused us a lot of trouble. Antonio kicked his feet lightly with a smile, and the chair turned 180 degrees, facing the desk. Ovi's hand fell empty, but he didn't mind at all. He walked to the wine cabinet next to him and started pouring wine. I heard that you were in a hurry to find me? Antonio asked lightly while swiping his phone. What's the matter? Since Antonio was suddenly recalled to Country P after the new year, he has been restricted and not allowed to continue to communicate with Lin Fan. Antonio didn't understand. It was them who wanted him to get close to Lin Fan, and now it was them who were not allowed to contact him. These Z guests are all cunning, and I don't know what they are thinking every day. Of course, he was unwilling to execute it, and he still did his own thing. Not long after, his communication signal was cut off. It is still easy for the newly launched communication satellite of Country P to intercept this little directional signal. Ovi was afraid that he would rebel, so he made a lot of specious arguments, saying that it was for the position of Country P. Antonio didn't know whether it was for Country P, but he knew the methods of these people. If he continued to resist, he could obtain the right to communicate, but being monitored was inevitable. He felt disgusted when he thought about how many people would monitor his communication with Lin Fan at the same time. He also thought about going directly to Country H anyway. His Mecha was very fast. Who could stop him? But he also knew that the situation was not stable now. The Blue Alliance seemed to be concluded, but the internal power struggle had not yet subsided. His actions would represent Country P to some extent. It was still unknown what was going on with that thing in the sky, and Langsing couldn't be in chaos again at this time. He didn't say that he loved G so much, but it was Langsing that he and Lin Fan had worked hard to save. It was rare that the current balance had just been achieved, and he didn't want to cause any waves. Anyway, it wouldn't be long before that thing in the sky arrived, and he would meet Lin Fan. It wouldn't take a while. After thinking it through, Antonio was tired of watching those Z guests jumping up and down and arguing with each other every day. He was not needed anyway, so he simply handed in a leave note and ran away. Ovi couldn't contact him. Through air traffic control monitoring, he knew that he had not left the country, so he didn't take it too seriously and asked people to contact him from time to time to see if there would be any response. After all, Antonio was the strongest man on the earth, and he was still on the territory of Country P. Who would really worry about his personal safety? Antonio calculated the time and estimated that the thing in the sky should be almost here, so he ran back, but he heard Ovi scolding him. Ha, Antonio sneered in his heart. He was still scolding, damn it, in the last second, and started shouting dear in the next second. These Z guests' mouths are really unreliable. Oh, Antonio, we are really in tune with each other. Ovi sang in our ear and handed Antonio a glass of wine. Seeing that he took it without resistance, his smile deepened. You always appear when I need you the most. Antonio put away his phone, took a sip of wine, lowered his eyes, and didn't say anything. Ovi didn't mind his attitude at all. He smiled and told him about the current situation of 03 and the receipt of unknown audio files. So, Antonio leaned back in his chair, crossed his legs, and put his hand holding the wine glass on his knees. What information was analyzed, and I need to show up? Ovi looked a little embarrassed. As soon as we received the audio, we gathered all the linguists, translators, code cracking experts, biologists we could find. Why are there biologists? Antonio was startled and asked. Because there is an audio clip similar to an animal call. Not only biologists, but also zoologists have looked for it. Ovi sighed at this point. Unfortunately, no one can parse the information content. Country P acted quickly. With a sound network, it is not so time consuming to find people, not to mention that the census is already in progress. After contacting talents in various fields, the audio file of less than 3 minutes was played countless times, but no one could understand it, or even crack it. Country P was originally full of confidence, thinking that it would definitely win over Country H this time, and the confidence to be the first to crack it hit the bottom in the face of repeated negative answers. Fortunately, the news from Country H showed that the people they found did not succeed in cracking it, which finally made Country P's mentality balanced a little. Well, Antonio nodded. So, you are so anxious to find me. 03 is not a threat at the moment, so if you are in a hurry to find him back, you can't put your hope of deciphering it on him, right? He claims to be a person who loves literature and art, but he is not very proficient in academics. He had never learned Morse code, and the only language he knew was H, which he learned for Lin Fan. So far, he could only communicate normally, not proficiently. It was obvious that he had no talent in this area. Ovi's face pulled. There was news from H country that Lin seemed to understand part of the audio content, but was not sure whether the content was correct. Antonio's eyebrows jumped, and finally raised his eyes to look at Ovi. Ovi smiled and continued. They analyzed it over and over again and speculated that it might be related to the Mecha in her body, so they could only contact us and ask you, the strongest male Mecha man in the world, to confirm their guess. So what if he was arrogant? When something happened, didn't he ask them to confirm it? Ovi looked proud. Antonio didn't comment on his world's strongest. What audio? Play it and listen. In fact, Lin Fan was skeptical about what she heard. She was not a genius player, since she was a child. Apart from the content of exam learning, she basically didn't study languages. Even the P language, that seemed fluent now, was the result of hard work in order to catch up. It was a last-minute achievement. After listening to the unclear audio, she was able to comprehend part of the meaning, which surprised her. At first, she didn't believe it and thought it was a coincidence. Maybe it was words with similar pronunciations. But seeing that no one else understood it, she thought her understanding might be an opportunity. So despite her hesitation, she still applied to listen again. Under the gaze of more than a dozen pairs of eyes in the information room, she listened more carefully the second time and confirmed that it was not about similar pronunciations at all. She just understood it, although not 100%, but it was close, and she could tell the general idea. As for why, she didn't know and couldn't explain it. So the information was reported directly, and everyone brainstormed, excluding various possibilities such as talent, skills, and superpowers, and finally decided that the possibility was the Mecha Man. Are things at the high-tech level interoperable? Everyone was also skeptical about the content analyzed by Lin Fan, so it was natural to contact the only two Mecha organizations on Lansing, Country P, to confirm if Antonio could also understand it, and the content of Lin Fan's analysis was consistent, then many difficult problems could be solved. The hot water angle valve under the wash basin is broken again. When I changed the cold water valve last time, the hot water valve was leaking a little bit, only a few drops a day, so I didn't change it. I took a big cup to catch the water underneath. A few days ago, the hot water valve in the kitchen broke, and I just replaced the remaining angle valve. It's only been a few days. When I got up in the early morning, I could vaguely hear the sound of water dripping. It was especially obvious in the morning. The cup that couldn't be filled for half a year was overflowing. It's a pity that the angle valve is gone. Just buy a new one. So don't take chances. If the angle valve leaks, it will have to be replaced sooner or later. But then again, if I had replaced it at the same time, I would have to make a fuss about the kitchen leaking. Haha, the toilet leaks and there is a floor drain underneath, which is better than the kitchen flooding the downstairs. I have frequently changed angle valves in the past 2 months, and my skills have improved. Haha. Chapter 706 Threat. The content of the message was friendly. It was basically a greeting and communication, a request for a visit. Although this was beyond everyone's expectations, it also made everyone feel a little relieved. Did Antonio confirm it? Lin Fan asked impatiently. Did he also react to that part? The audio was divided into several small sections, and the one that Lin Fan heard was similar to the whale's cry. Moreover, the very beginning, which everyone thought was a silent section, was confirmed by Lin Fan and Antonio to actually have sound. It's just that this sound seems to be only audible to the two of them at present, and it may have a special frequency. Thinking about the fact that Lin Fan can always hear sounds that ordinary people can't hear, everyone doesn't seem to be surprised. Yes, it's that section too. Sen Fangyuan's face appeared on the big screen and said with a smile, in order to prevent psychological hints, Party P didn't tell him what you heard. In the end, what he said was almost the same as you, and there is no way to translate it word for word, so I can only say the general meaning. To outsiders, it sounds like the cry of a special animal, with only a difference of long and short. Scholars who study cryptography wanted to compare the results of Lin Fan's speech and summarize some rules, but found that they had no idea where to start. It's like a dog or a cat barking at you with woof or meow meow. Even if you understand their meaning, you can't tell which woof represents which word. This is already a different language system. The person who gave up concluded. After Antonio also heard similar content, he could basically conclude that the information was correct. Everyone no longer entangled in how to arrange and translate this information, but quickly entered the next step of the process, how to respond to the friendly consultation message sent by the other party. On Lin Fan's side, the technicians in the information room gathered together, and everyone discussed the follow-up. Only you and Antonio can understand. As soon as Wang Fengfeng was free, he slid his chair next to Lin Fan and started gossiping. Could it be that someone from your hometown came? The noisy crowd choked. In fact, they had such thoughts in their hearts, but due to various reasons, they did not say it directly. Although Xingqian's alien genes were not stated explicitly, it was also a tacit secret. On Lansing, only 2 mechas could understand the information, which pointed to the species on 03 being related to the biological armor. Sijiu City had already made such a judgment, so they did not dare to be completely optimistic about the seemingly friendly information. What if the ship was full of mechas like Xingqian and Apollo? The force value would be beyond the sky. Hometown, you big-headed ghost. Zhu Kunjin slapped Wang Fengfeng so hard that he held his head and screamed. He didn't know when he returned to the information room and just heard Wang Fengfeng's ridicule. Don't you know where Lin Fan's hometown is? Zhu Kunjin smiled and raised his hand. He wanted to hit him again, but Wang Fengfeng pushed the wheelchair away flexibly. Just kidding. The director is famous for his strength. He felt like he was going to have a concussion with the previous one. If he hit him again, I guess the stretcher from the medical department will come to take him away. Seeing that the man ran away, ZHU Kunjin clasped his hands together, and his 10 fingers clicked. The technicians who had gathered together immediately scattered back to their workstations, and pretended to be busy. Don't listen to his nonsense. ZHU Kunjin sat back in the boss chair, and glanced at Lin Fan. The girl's expression froze, and I don't know which brainstorm she was in again. He glanced at Wang Fengfeng and gently patted Lin Fan's arm to wake her up. But the possibility, he said, does exist. Whether it's good or bad, we have to be mentally prepared. Lin Fan looked at ZHU Kunjin's face, which was not relaxed, and his heart began to beat. Isn't the message they sent good news? Compared to Gro's immediate attack, 03 stopped at a suitable distance and sent greetings and visit messages, which seemed to be a good start. The news is good news, ZHU Kunjin smiled, but we can't believe it all. If the other party's purpose is really a friendly visit, then everyone is happy. But if this is just a stepping stone for them, a way to enter our barrier, then it's hard to say. Now, Langsing's barrier is not so easy to break through with the blessing of the ugly woman. Or, even if it can be broken through, it must cost a lot. Therefore, even if they are judging others by their own standards and thinking more, it is better than being naive and ignorant, happily welcoming people in, and finally having their homes raided. Old P has done many things under the guise of friendly support, but in the end, he raided people's homes. Think about others. Aliens are also human beings. They can develop high-tech weapons such as biological armor and drive spacecraft around the universe. Who dares to underestimate their intelligence? Should we let them in? Lin Fan frowned. What if? Wouldn't it be easier to invite a god than to send him away? ZHU Kunjin exhaled from his nose and said helplessly. That can't be helped. At present, the other party's attitude is still friendly, and they have clearly expressed the need for exchanges and visits. It is estimated that they will send people over, but the specific situation is still unknown. At that time, it is impossible to stop people outside the barrier. If things go wrong, it will irritate the friendly people, or give them an excuse to fight, which is not good. But, Lin Fan hesitated. Langsing had just experienced a war. If the other party really had evil intentions, wouldn't it be more dangerous to welcome people in? But she also understood what ZHU Kunjin said. It was because she understood that she felt a dilemma. If it was really related to her mecha as Wang Fengfeng said, then the other party only needed to send 2 identical mechas to suppress her and Antonio. Obviously, the spaceship sent by the other party should not have only 2 people. At that time, even if Master Kaiensu and the eldest brother took action, the outcome might not be good. What's more, the battlefield was on Langsing, and they were at a loss, no matter how you looked at it. Lin Fan thought about it, and began to feel pessimistic again, and his face wrinkled unconsciously. Don't worry. ZHU Kunjin knew from her face that the girl was worried again, and laughed twice. We are just preparing for the worst. It may not really happen. Maybe they are friendly? With someone like Gro, it is impossible that everything in the universe is so aggressive, right? Aren't Nuwa and her friends good? Maybe they can help us with the Belt and Road Initiative and technology. We don't want to give up such an opportunity easily. The greater the risk, the greater the opportunity. Those in power understand this truth even more clearly. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Why do you want to get benefits without taking risks? And it seems that they did not have too many opportunities to refuse this meeting. I have just greeted the ugly woman. If an extreme situation occurs, ask her to help suppress it, and she agreed. Otherwise, what did he do when he went out just now? He was afraid that the ugly woman would scold him, and it would be embarrassing for so many subordinates to see him, so he went back to the office to ask for support. I won't say how difficult it was. Anyway, the ugly woman agreed. Within the range of Langsing, with the help of the World Tree, her defense force is maximized, and she can actively resolve internal enemies. Aliens and spacecraft like Gro are not a big problem, but if it is a mecha like Xingqian, it is hard to say. At that time, it depends on the opponent's ability and actual number. She will definitely defend, but if she fails, don't blame her. ZHU Kunjin has known Vchao for a long time. Although she is arrogant and unreasonable, she will definitely try her best since she agreed. After all, defending Langsing is the task given to her by Nuwa Niang Niang. that Chow has been thinking about. If they really gather all their strength on Langsing, to the point where Chow can't defend it, then there is really nothing to say. After knowing that Chow took up the post, Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief, and then sighed. If our technology is more advanced, and the equatorial ring can be built, we can lead people there to make contact. Even if a conflict breaks out, there is no need to worry about endangering the main body of Langsing. ZHU Kunjan smiled. Yes, so now the world is vigorously promoting the development of science and technology. There are only one or two, and there are who knows how many more to come. Although it is forced, we have entered the interstellar age. Yes. Lin Fan crossed her arms. Technology, why do we always feel that it is not enough at a critical moment? We must develop and become stronger, so that we will not be afraid of external forces. She imagined that, if Langsing's technology flourished, the equatorial ring was built, and it had its own aircraft, sooner or later, there would be a large ship like Grow, flying everywhere, and no longer afraid of any external forces. How exciting it would be. At present Langsing's infrastructure has just been repaired, and this road is destined to take a long time. Don't worry. Lin Fan comforted herself. The road must be taken step by step, steadily, and we cannot rush for quick success. She silently looked at the various information and pictures that quickly passed by on the huge curtain wall composed of dozens of screens in the information room. The scene that originally looked very high-tech had become commonplace after she had seen the internal structure of the Grow ship. Now the world has realized the need to develop scientific and technological productivity, and the scene in the dream will surely be realized in the near future. Now, it depends on whether 03 will give them a chance to breathe. Chapter 707 Attempt. Why don't they record a video? Is it because they are ugly? Ever since Wang Fengfeng knew that the aliens on 03 were related to mechas, he began to think divergently. He took advantage of the break in the meal to come to Lin Fan to chat. Lin Fan almost spit out a mouthful of coke. They were all worried about whether the other party was powerful, but this guy was thinking about whether the other person was ugly. Didn't you see that Wang Fengfeng was a face party? Be careful that the director will deduct all your bonuses for this quarter. Wu Yusen came over with a tray of food and said leisurely. Lin Fan started to eat and drink again. 03 was hanging over her head. She had to be ready to act at any time, and the more energy the better. Wang Fengfeng pouted. He just made a joke, and the director deducted his bonus for a month. His new wife will receive it later. Not happy. I don't know if it's ugly, but I guess it's probably a water creature. Antonio's voice came from the phone. Since the audio was confirmed, Ovi restored his communication rights. Antonio was finally able to video chat with Lin Fan, and he kept complaining about how bad Ovi was, and how annoying those guys in Country P were. Lin Fan was very happy to hear him, even though she had basically never seen them. He kept on talking, until it was time for dinner, and Wang Fengfeng came again. Antonio had met Wang Fengfeng before, and he didn't avoid him, and continued the group chat. Aquatic creatures? Lin Fan was stunned. Is it because the sound is like a whale's cry? Among the several parts of the audio, they only respond to the whale's cry. Biologists have confirmed that the audio is similar to that of a whale, but not exactly the same. It should not be a species from Langsing. Yes and no. Antonio's sunny face filled the entire screen. The sound is like one aspect, and another aspect. I feel that, since I can transform into a mecha, my water ability seems to have become stronger. I thought it was a benefit of the mecha before, but now that I think about the sound, maybe it's not a coincidence. Lin Fan stuffed a chopstick of crispy meat into her mouth, and forgot to chew it, and recalled it carefully. As for the water ability, she seemed to have never paid attention to it. Maybe because she almost drowned. Even though she later learned to swim under Song Ren's guidance, she still couldn't get close to water. Except for the period of learning and training, she never went swimming by herself. The several missions in the sea were also because she was wearing a mecha. Although she was like a fish in water, she always thought it was because of the mecha, and never thought about this aspect. Antonio would have been fine if he didn't say it. Once he said it, thinking about it carefully, it seemed vaguely possible, and there was really that possibility. I went snorkeling at the beach recently and accidentally discovered that I could breathe normally without the oxygen tank. Antonio once again said something shocking. Of course it was because of the Mecha, but in connection with this audio, I always feel that it is related. Breathing in water, in human form. Wang Fengfeng widened his eyes and leaned over the phone. John Woo pushed his head away and asked, "Do you think the substance that caused you to transform should also be a water product, so it will drive the Mecha to change your body and adapt to the water environment to the maximum extent? Although I don't know what the substance that caused us to transform is, it's almost the same. It's the reason that can turn me into a Mecha. I suspect it may be an aquatic organism. It assimilates our body and mutates, allowing us to be as comfortable as fish in the water." "You don't know?" "No." Wang Fengfeng leaned forward and was pushed away again. "Then how did you suddenly transform?" Wu Yusen asked seriously. "This information is a bit sensitive and no one has asked before." "I don't know." Antonio smiled bitterly, but the most likely opportunity was a freehand rock climbing, but I missed and fell down with my big head. I thought I was dead, but I woke up in the hospital. At first, he just thought he was lucky and didn't think much about it. Until a sudden opportunity to transform into a Mecha, and then he was recruited by OV. So if we talk about possibilities, the rock climbing accident is the most likely. But no one knows what happened specifically. Wu Yusen didn't ask any more questions. He just took note of it silently and prepared to report back. Antonio asked Lin Fan about the opportunity of his transformation, and Lin Fan didn't hide it, saying that he jumped into the river. He wanted to ask why he jumped into the river, but Lin Fan interrupted him hastily, saying that he was going to the swimming pool to test the water and hung up. It was about the dark past, so even though Antonio was still a good friend, she didn't want to say more. When Wang Fengfeng heard that Lin Fan was going to the swimming pool, he excitedly said that he wanted to watch, but after waiting for a while, Lin Fan was called away by the phone before he finished his meal. Lin Fan absent-mindedly finished the food on the table and wanted to go to the swimming pool, but Wu Yusen forced him to walk for an hour. When he changed into his swimsuit and went to the edge of the swimming pool, he found that Wen Ji and several doctors were waiting by the side with equipment. "What are you doing?" Lin Fan was confused. Wu Yusen replied, "It's still risky to hold your breath underwater for a long time. It's safer to have rescuers." After all, the truth of Antonio's words was unknown. What if he had a bad idea to trick Lin Fan? Although this possibility is not high at present, it is always better to be cautious. "Okay." Lin Fan nodded and said nothing. "People are here. She can't just chase them away." Speaking of which, with medical staff by her side, she feels more secure. Wu Yusen is still thoughtful. Give him a thumbs up. Lin Fan wanted to go into the water directly, but was stopped by Wu Yusen again, and took her to stretch. It has been a long time since she last swam. All these basic common sense taught by Song Ren were thrown behind her. Lin Fan moved shyly, feeling ashamed of her unprofessionalism. Give Wu Yusen another thumbs up. When she went into the water along the escalator, Wu Yusen handed her another float board. "I know you can swim, but you haven't swam for a long time. Keep a float board by your side, just in case you panic. You have a support point." Lin Fan didn't know what to say. She gave Wu Yusen a thumbs up in her heart and went into the water holding the float board. After adapting for a while, she let go of her hand not far from the shallow shore, slowly lay down, took a deep breath, and sank to the bottom of the pool. The clear pool water covered her eyes and was a little cold, but not as uncomfortable as she had imagined. Lin Fan watched the water layer above her continue to thicken, and her back finally touched the bottom of the pool. She tried to relax her hands and feet, and felt that there was no particular discomfort in her body, but she felt a little suffocated after not breathing for a long time. Slowly exhaling the air in her lungs, she watched the bubbles of all sizes rise up in the water, like soap bubbles floating in the air. She saw several people in white coats standing next to Wu Yusen, and their voices came through the thick water layer clearly. The bubbles came out for a while, and the water surface gradually calmed down. Lin Fan under the water closed his eyes and did not move. "Nothing will happen, right?" Wenji frowned and asked worriedly, and asked the medical staff next to him to get ready. Wu Yusen kept silent and looked at the second hand on his watch. Normal people can hold their breath underwater for about 3 to 4 minutes, and professionally trained divers can hold their breath for 7 or 8 minutes. The world's longest record for holding their breath underwater is about 22 minutes, but that was only because they took a lot of pure oxygen before going into the water, so it was just an exception. It had been more than 4 minutes since the last bubble on the surface disappeared. Lin Fan seemed to be asleep underwater, and the silence made Wu Yusen a little flustered. He decided to call her, but his hands had already begun to pull at the placket of his coat, preparing to take off his clothes. Lin Fan felt very comfortable and felt like she was wandering in the mother's womb and was drowsy. The voice with the changed tone woke her up, and her eyes slowly opened. Everyone on the shore breathed a sigh of relief. This is okay. Who knew that the next second Lin Fan opened her mouth and began to choke on water. The calm underwater immediately became chaotic with her struggles and dancing. She seemed to have forgotten that she could swim, and she fluttered around, but couldn't get up. Lin Fan, calm down. Wenji hadn't finished speaking when he saw a black shadow flash beside him. With a plop, Wu Yusen jumped in. My finger is injured. I used too much force when turning the faucet, and it slipped and hit the wooden beam inside the cabinet. Maybe because I used too much force, the not so sharp edge cut a hole in my finger and peeled off a piece of skin. Then when I was tightening it, it slipped again, and the base of my thumb hit the bottom of the wash basin. The ceramic is really strong and it hurts. Anyway, the bumpy angle valve replacement project is finally over. There shouldn't be any more broken ones in a short time, right? Although it was bumpy, think about it. If I call the master 3 times for 3 angle valves, it would cost at least 150, right? Labor costs are not cheap nowadays. Thinking about it this way, it seems okay. As long as I don't spend money, I'll save money. Yesterday, I unexpectedly received a big bag of snacks as a gift from my little sister. I thought it was dog food, but it was really a sack. I was thinking about what gift to give to my little sister in return. The food is not good, and she is losing weight. As for cosmetics, I don't know if they will conflict with what she is using now. I had my eyes on a set of Forbidden City cultural creation little dragon necklaces and bracelets, red agate and gold accessories, but I saw someone in the comments saying that the agate would fall off, so the customer service asked me to use 502 to glue it, but I didn't buy it anyway. I searched again this morning and bought a bracelet from Llama Temple, a gold eating beast, wishing her good fortune. Hahaha. I also got a Dekifu. I heard it's very effective. I hope my little sister will make a fortune next year. I hope all of us will make a fortune next year. Hey, if you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 708 Reply. When Lin Fan came ashore, she was still coughing. Wenji and others surrounded her and gave her first aid, but found that she was not seriously injured. When Lin Fan recovered, she found that she didn't feel as uncomfortable as she remembered. Perhaps because her consciousness was a little confused when she opened her mouth unexpectedly and felt the cold water rushing into her mouth and touching her throat. Her body reacted subconsciously. The memory of drowning and suffocation enveloped her, making her forget for a moment that she could swim. She seemed to, perhaps, choke herself. Thinking about it later, she seemed to be able to breathe steadily in the water for a while. Wu Yusen was wet all over. Seeing Lin Fan was about to go into the water again, he hesitated for a moment, but still didn't stop her. With the previous experience, he didn't dare to run far this time. He just squatted down by the side of the pool, holding the wall of the pool. After being mentally prepared, nothing unexpected happened. When Lin Fan closed her mouth and relaxed naturally, she could indeed breathe freely in the water. When she took a deep breath, or opened her mouth, water would enter her body with pressure. But as long as she doesn't lose her composure, she will hardly choke on the water. It's just that the feeling of foreign objects invading Lin Fan makes her very uncomfortable, so she didn't try too much. Anyway, it's enough to confirm the desired result. but it doesn't make sense. Lin Fan came out of the locker room and wiped his head with a big towel. Don't fish breathe with gills? I breathe with lungs. This is not right. Although he knew it was because of the Mecha, it still violated biological common sense. Whales have to go ashore to breathe every once in a while. Even if it's amphibious, it doesn't seem to be such a big deal anyway. Your human flesh has turned into steel, and you can breathe underwater. It doesn't seem so difficult to accept it, right? Wenji teased. That's true. Lin Fan paused with a big towel in his hand. After all, the characteristics can't change. It's just amphibious. The legendary mermaid doesn't seem to have gills. Yes or no? Oh, why is she thinking so much? He wiped his hair roughly, as if he could wipe away the messy thoughts in his head. Short hair is good. It is half dry in a few seconds. Where is Wu Yusen? She has been out for so long. Only Wenji is waiting outside. She is still thinking about Wu Yusen, who is all wet. I went back to change clothes a long time ago. Wenji was going to leave, but Wu Yusen asked him to wait for Lin Fan for a while. Wenji was convinced. What could happen to Lin Fan alone in the institute? But thinking about how she almost drowned herself mentally just now, she felt that it was not wrong to have someone accompany her. Lin Fan is a girl who is really strong when she is strong, but she is always as weak as a chicken when people least expect it. How to say it? We can only say that strong people have weaknesses. Wu Yusen submitted the latest discovery, which really attracted attention. The attention to Lin Fan himself was not that great, but mainly the speculation of aquatic organisms. Aquatic organisms that can leave the water. Oceanographers have a place to use their skills again. Why do we need to circle aquatic organisms that leave the water? He happened to be on standby at the institute. Hearing that everyone was talking about this matter, he pulled Lin Fan, who had nothing to do, to have afternoon tea. Generally speaking, it can't be a fish, right? Wu Yusen's idea is also the idea of most people. Fish breathe with gills. They can't live out of water. It's impossible for 03 to be filled with water. That may not be the case. I can breathe in water without gills, so fish can't breathe in air. Lin Fan refuted, while drinking sugar water. It's good to be able to breathe independently in water. At least you don't have to worry about drowning. This kind of transformation similar to talent is indeed much easier to accept than turning into Iron Man. Yes, isn't it said that you can't use common sense to empathize with others? After all, they are all alien creatures. He nodded in agreement. When he saw Gro's group of insect people, he didn't think there would be such creatures in the world. Wu Yusen opened his mouth to speak, but was interrupted by Lin Fan. But if it's a fish man, it's slippery and hard to let go. It seems difficult to deal with. Really? I think so too. What if it's an eel? He showed a disgusted expression. Why don't you say it's a snake? If it grows 8 legs. Lin Fan said with a bitter face. By the way, can snakes breathe underwater? She asked Wu Yusen, and before he could answer, she turned to Zaohe. I hope it's not a real snake man. It's so creepy. She threw away the spoon and touched the goosebumps on her arms. Then maybe it's a fish. It's better not to be too disgusting. Not like a bug. Bless you. Zaohe saw Lin Fan put his hands together and started to pray, and he also put his hands together and prayed to the sky. Wu Yusen looked at the two people's weird appearance and couldn't help laughing and simply gave up the idea of talking. Lin Fan's focus shifted to what aliens look like. After checking Beidou, he suddenly said to Wu Yusen, actually, Wang Fengfeng's idea makes sense. Seeing that he didn't understand, he said again, they didn't show the video. Maybe it's really ugly. Wu Yusen smiled and stroked Lin Fan's short hair that was blown out to comfort him. Have you forgotten the format barrier? Even if they send the video, we can't watch it. As for the audio, maybe they send it in the oldest format they can find. Isn't there a world tree? Although Lin Fan had never come into contact with the technological content of the world tree, she had precedents such as Nuwa's large spaceship and the shuttle of the ugly woman, and she admired it very much in her heart. But the other party doesn't know. Wu Yusen replied helplessly. Besides, the information content is much more important than what the other party looks like. Anyway, you have to see it when you contact it. Isn't it good to keep a sense of mystery? What if it's really ugly? It's also a good thing to see it a few days later. Lin Fan crossed her hands in front of her chest. Ugly rejection. Although she said so, she also knew that there was no choice. She just hoped that the other party's intention was really as friendly as they conveyed. In that case, even if it was really a strange shape, it would be filtered with a beautiful layer. The upper level held a meeting for a few days and finally decided on the reception plan. When ZHU Kunjin informed Lin Fan with red eyes, she was not surprised at all. It's just contact. The people have already arrived at the door, so why not ask politely? But how to pass this information? Not only do the two sides have a language barrier, but the file formats are also not compatible. Someone also suggested finding two Mecha men to record a video and send it over. But it turns out that being able to understand and being able to express are two different things. Lin Fan and Antonio gave up after trying. The sound of a whale's cry cannot be made by a human, right? So everyone had to give up the sound plan and switch to video. Put up a video of countless smiling faces and flowers to express welcome. Someone originally suggested setting off fireworks and salutes, but it was rejected. What if the sound caused a misunderstanding and the other party thought it was an attack? The material was also ready-made, and it happened to have been used in the previous Olympic Games. It was just right to use it. But the video encountered format problems again. ZHU Kunjin was scolded by the female clown again, and the format was converted into a video file of the same level as the other party's audio format. Just in case, he converted it into several formats, and then posted it on the World Tree's website, and spread it through the barrier. At the same time, it is sent to various satellites, all in external transmission mode, to see which one the other party can receive first. Next, it is just waiting. Chapter 709. Prepare for war again. There have been many literary creations and film and television works about the visit of aliens in the history of Lansing. Most of those friendly aliens are wearing protective clothing, and they either slowly descend from the beam of light shot from the center of the flying saucer, or walk out of the doorway full of highlights after the spacecraft lands on the ground. These aliens basically appear in human form, carrying the creator's beautiful vision and various good things that can promote the development of Lansing's technology. But since the last invasion of Grow, the filter of the people on Lansing for aliens has been completely broken. Not to mention gifts, it is good enough that they don't bring guns and cannons. The news of the alien visit was not announced to the public until the other party was observed to send a small spaceship to the direction of Lansing. It is necessary to announce it, because the other party should land. Once it penetrates the inner boundary, it is hard to say whether it will cause any harm to the ordinary people on Lansing. Therefore, according to the latest Defense draft, all units entered the first level of combat readiness again, notifying the people to enter the bunker to hide, and all the weapons and fire were mobilized. Under such a large-scale mobilization, the news naturally could not be concealed. In the early stage, Country H communicated with the public and enjoyed a wave of interactive benefits. This time, they also directly informed the public. With the previous experience of Grow, no one refused to cooperate. Country P and other forces did not want to tell the truth, but Country H had announced it, and it was useless for them to stop it. After all, they knew the speed of internet transmission. They simply pretended to be wronged and asked Country H for benefits. What benefits? Of course, the choice of landing point. As we all know, there are risks in the landing of alien spacecraft. No one knows what comes out of it, and what the mechanism of the spacecraft is. Therefore, its flight route and landing location are very particular. No one wants such a dangerous thing to fall on their territory, so of course they push it to Country H in case of trouble. Let the people of Country H take over first. Anyway, they have more people, and will not consume much in the Battle of Grow. On the side of Country H, the old man agreed without much hesitation. Risks are also opportunities. I hope Country P will not regret it afterwards. All the supernatural people in the Special Affairs Office quickly received the order and took the barriers and magic tools that the refining team had worked overtime day and night to walk around the country. In the last Grow battle, the Special Affairs Office's reserve magic tools were almost used up. Knowing that there was a threat lurking in the sky, the refining group changed their previous idle work attitude. Every day, they were either refining or on the way to refine. They wanted to seize the logistical reserve force so that when colleagues needed it, they would have ammunition. They may not be able to use it, but they must be without it. Now take a look at the institute. Anyone with unkempt hair, wrinkled clothes that smelled like dried pickles, and hurried steps. No need to ask, they must be from the refining group. Lin Fan had met him several times in the cafeteria, and he knew where Kuan Yin Dang's sloppy image came from. This time, because of the full preparation, ZHU Kunjin had kept a trick up his sleeve. He licked his old face and asked Lezing Yuan King and the 1000-year-old master who was always around for some small things, so the defense range was much larger than last time. More than 70% of the places where people gathered in H country were covered by the barrier. The rest was the vast natural ecological environment and the land specially vacated for the spacecraft to land. In this way, with the big barrier of the female clown outside, and the small barrier of the supernatural power inside, the safety of life and property of the people of H country can be basically guaranteed, and the upper echelons can basically rest assured. As for the other G families, I'm sorry, they have already brought the danger to their own homes, and they can't care about so much else. Now, it depends on what the arrival of Three's visiting small spaceship means. P country can't get what it wants, so it just watches the fun and opens a real-time broadcast, publishing all the information about 03 that it knows. When H country questioned them, they used the public's right to know as an excuse, and also accused H country of being the first to disclose the news, making a fuss, causing the upper echelons of the Blue Alliance to be in chaos at this critical moment. But at this point, it is too late for H country to intercept. The World Tree has accelerated the integration of the global network. There were regional restrictions before, but after the Grow War, H country was the only survivor. In order to show the strength and prestige of H country to people in other regions, and to accelerate the integration process of the Blue Alliance, the wall on the internet has basically become a decoration, which can be directly climbed without a ladder. It seems that a loophole has been deliberately left for those who are interested to come in and visit. People who are curious about H country can easily check H country's information, and H country people can naturally see the miserable situation of the former powers, putting aside their respective psychological states. More importantly, such information exchange has a very positive and far-reaching impact on promoting H country to become the main decision maker of the Blue Alliance. Because of this premise, if P country people see it, it is basically equivalent to the whole world seeing it. Hiding it from the people of H country will easily cause counterproductive effects. So soon, H country also built a new space channel to start live broadcasting, at least to prevent its people from being guided by P party's public opinion. After seeing the live broadcast content, the people in the underground bunkers were not as bad as they imagined. People in the peaceful zone felt that they were fine last time, and they would definitely be fine this time. The result of the successful refuge last time gave everyone a sense that, as long as you hide well underground, you will be able to get out safely in a few days, so the degree of cooperation is relatively high. People in the war zone are used to fighting back and forth, who comes and who leaves. Anyway, the worst case is death, so they are numb. The upper level saw that the mood of the online discussion was not bad, so there was no internet ban. After all, many times, the means of restriction also reflect the current situation in some ways. The Blue Alliance feels good at the moment, and wants to make the people full of confidence, so the propaganda is all about friendly exchanges. Cutting off the internet, and banning speech at this time, will easily confuse people. After receiving the notice, Lin's father and mother rushed to the previous hiding place, as if they were familiar with the road. The last sudden refuge made Lin's mother have a sense of crisis. After returning home, she bought a small trailer with 2 bags on it, one for clothes and daily necessities, and the other for food. Every now and then, she has to take out the things in the bag and change them. The shoulder bag containing valuables is always at hand. Lin's father lets her do whatever she wants, as long as she doesn't quarrel and doesn't spend money, everything is fine. As the seasons changed, several months passed. Her old dancing sisters laughed at her for being too cautious, but Lin's mother ignored them and continued to do her own thing. Who would have thought that it would come in handy so soon? Lin's mother was overjoyed. When they went out, no one in the community came down, and they were all packing up What is this called? It's called foresight. She was passionately boasting to Lin's father and wanted to call her dancing partners who had laughed at her before, but was stopped by Lin's father. You should be quiet, they must be busy packing up. Lin's father held her mobile phone tightly. Let's go quickly, we are old, and walk slower than others, and it will be difficult to walk on the road later when there are too many people. Yes, don't let that position be taken by others last time. Lin's mother heard it, and she was no longer busy making calls, and quickened her pace. Lin's father looked at his wife dragging the cart with a heroic pace, touched the phone in his pocket, and put it down again. Forget it, let's get to the place first and call Xianophan. She must be busy packing up, don't waste time. Half an hour later, the old couple finally got to the same place as last time, and there were already many people walking around inside. The beds and chairs were still arranged the same as when they left, except that the weather was warmer and no one was wearing cotton clothes. Mother Lin dragged out a rag and began to wipe the beds for the two of them. Father Lin sat down on a chair next to them, took a breath, and waited until his breath was steady before he took out his phone. It was another series of routine greetings, such as whether they had eaten, whether they were okay, and whether they had arrived at the shelter. Lin Fan answered them one by one, and also told the old couple to take care of themselves. Father Lin's crisp voice made him both happy and sad, and Mother Lin also grabbed the phone and said a few words. This time they didn't quarrel, but they still couldn't help asking John Woo and Antonio how they were doing with Lin Fan recently. Lin Fan just smiled and didn't say anything. What are you laughing at? Speak instead. Mother Lin got a little angry again. Well, I'll tell you when I get back. Lin Fan paused. You and my dad should take care of your health and don't be reluctant to spend money. Stop arguing. Everything is fine. Why am I arguing about anything? That's why you say that to me. Lin's mother really can't stand others talking about her. Okay. Lin's father quickly snatched the phone away. You said you wouldn't argue, but it's a rare phone call, so you should say less. Lin's mother wanted to mock, but she pursed her lips and injured it. She went back to clean the bed and vented her efforts with ping pong. Lin Fan heard the voice from the other end, and the corners of his mouth curved unconsciously. Dad, I have to go out to get busy. You must take care of yourselves. Hey, go ahead and be safe. After hanging up the phone, Lin's father happily put it away, and Lin Fan, in the huge information room, signaled the technician to cut off the communication. She had already equipped herself with a combat uniform, and her eyes were fixed on the screen, staring at the picture of Lin's father and Lin's mother. This time, I don't know if I can come back. Chapter 710. Antonio is here again. Perhaps to show that they are not a threat, the spaceship sent by 03 is not big. It looks a bit like a rocket with wings, and a bit like a spaceship, but without a tail. The overall shape is a triangular cone with a small front and a large back. The ship is small, so the threat will naturally be much smaller. The people or things that can be placed inside are limited by the size of the space, and the firepower is relatively much lower than that of a large ship. But perhaps because the ship is small, the speed is very fast. According to the estimation of the space agency, the enemy will be able to reach the outer barrier of Lansing in 2 days at the latest. This time is really accurate. If it is less, there will not be enough time to evacuate. The final decision of the Blue Alliance is to open a hole in the barrier just above the designated landing place of each country, so that the enemy can come in and land directly at the location they have prepared, in order to avoid the enemy seeing something when circling and causing trouble. But according to the enemy's current direction of advance, it is probably impossible for them to push into the barrier membrane that needs to be opened. In the case of language barriers, how to guide the enemy to get on the right track? The simplest way is to let someone go up and lead. On Blue Star, if there is a visiting plane going to other G territories, there will be escort planes to lead the way or protect. Lin Fan has seen it with her own eyes, but she never thought that one day she would play this role. Afraid? Wu Yusen handed her a cup of hot cocoa. His mission this time was still to maneuver. This dispensable position made him feel his incompetence again. It would be great if he had superpowers. He could guard the city barrier like other people. But if he had superpowers, he would not be able to accompany Lin Fan like he is now. This thought jumped quietly in his heart and was suppressed by Wu Yusen. I'm not afraid. Lin Fan took the hot cocoa. I'm just quite confused. I don't know if I can do it well. After decades, everyone knows the rules of escort planes. When to get close, how far to keep away, how long to accompany and leave. These are all stipulated. What should she do when she goes up to make the other party understand what she means? Can the other party really understand and cooperate? Lin Fan took a sip of hot cocoa, and the hot temperature went down her throat, as if it also earned her uneasy heart. Don't worry. Wu Yusen brushed her hair that was tied outside the soft hat back inside. Since the other party came with friendly intentions, they should follow our customary methods. As long as they don't show their weapons, they are not afraid, right? Lin Fan laughed. Even if they show their weapons, they are not afraid. Wu Yusen glanced at her helplessly. The ground-to-air forces are ready. The missiles are also locked. The armored forces are all deployed. The Mecha team has also gone there, and Pangu is also there. The Mecha team has also gone there? Lin Fan was stunned and thought of Song Ren. Only 9 people. Who will lead the team? Gu. Li Chunhua has a defect in his personality and cannot be a commander. Wu Yusen said, the 3 of them are the most experienced, and Gu should take the lead. Lin Fan nodded, not knowing what to say. This operation is full of risks. She doesn't want people she knows to be in danger, especially with Song Ren's previous experience. But she also knows that they have to go to such occasions. After all, the force value is there. 800 has taken advantage of this time to upgrade the bionic armor shell, adjust the energy model, and strengthen the weapons. Now the Mecha team is different from the past. Don't worry. Wu Yusen comforted. Lin Fan forced a smile. How can I be at ease? If I really want to be at ease, I have to wait until the aliens are really settled and leave the blue planet, right? Wu Yusen knew that this would definitely happen if he told her, but he couldn't hide it. He squatted down and looked at her slightly sad eyes and said, this is what we do. Wherever there is danger, we go, you know. Lin Fan nodded. She knew that they used their bodies to build a wall, trying to block the danger in front of them and protect the safety and happiness of the people behind them. She knew it all. If they didn't go, someone else would go. But when she thought of Song Ren, she felt uncomfortable. If she didn't know them, wouldn't it be much better? The life and death of strangers is always different, right? But if she didn't know them, how could she be who she is now? Lin Fan looked at the back of her hand. Her eyes were a little misty, and she quickly drank a sip of hot cocoa. Seeing her eyes were red, Wu Yusen wanted to say something to comfort her, but Lin Fan waved her hands. I understand. It's just that emotions are not as easy to control as reason. Wu Yusen said nothing more, and stood up and silently stood behind her. He could understand Lin Fan's feelings. Just like every time he watched Lin Fan go out on a mission, he couldn't help but worry in his heart. With Lin Fan's mental state, that emotion was probably heavier than his. Pessimism has always been a label that Lin Fan can't get rid of. Maybe she is unhappy too much and happy too little. Wu Yusen decided to make Lin Fan happier in the future. Maybe slowly, that label will disappear without knowing it. Lin. The sudden shout startled Lin Fan. She turned around and saw Antonio pounce on the door of the information room and hammer it. Fortunately, the quality of the tempered glass of H country is very good. No matter how hard he hammered, it would not move, but it was a little trembling. It was just that the dong 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 sound made everyone in the information room turn around and glare, but the instigator was unaware and just looked at Lin Fan. Why is he here? Lin Fan quickly stood up from his seat and walked out. There are so many materials in the information room that not everyone can get in, not to mention that this is suspected to be a spy from country P. I don't know. Wu Yusen was also confused and followed Lin Fan to the door. But he should have obtained permission. Without permission, even biological armor cannot sneak in without setting off an alarm. Lin Fan pressed the door button, and Wu Yusen hugged Antonio tightly the moment he jumped in. Long time no see, Anton. He took the opportunity to push him out. Antonio took 2 steps back. When he stood firm, the door of the information room was closed, and Lin Fan was standing next to him. Come on, let's talk while walking. Lin Fan smiled and tried to pull him away from the information room. No matter how he came, the right thing to do is to take him away. Antonio was hugged by Lin Fan perfunctorily, but he didn't feel angry. He smiled and talked beside her. Not even 2 turns later, Zuping ran over. He saw Antonio was obviously relieved, and then rushed forward with a furious face. Lin Fan thought Zuping was going to hit Antonio, and was thinking about whether to stop him. But when Zuping walked in front of Antonio, his anger obviously subsided, and he just gritted his teeth with a bad expression. Who told you to run around? I went to find Lin. Didn't you say you would take me to find her? Antonio asked innocently. I said I would take you to see her, but you have to meet our leader first. Zuping had nowhere to vent his anger, so he could only say hatefully. In his mind, he kept telling himself to calm down. This is a fucking Mecha man, similar to Lin Fan. He can't beat him, so there's no need to fight. What's the situation? John Woo stepped forward. Lin Fan was watching the show with a cup in his arms, and didn't expect her to ask. The director asked me to pick him up from the airport and meet up with Lin Fan. Zuping didn't want to look at that infuriating face anymore, so he turned to Wu Yusen and replied, in the end, I brought him to the director's office door and told him to wait while I went in to report. Half a minute later, when I came out again, he was gone. The special affairs office is not an ordinary place. How could they let a foreigner run around? This foreigner was in a mecha? More importantly, he ran away from his own hands. Zuping is also a gold medal special agent. His half-life of wisdom was almost ruined by this kid. What if he does something else? Zuping regretted not putting him on a chain. Meet up with me. Lin Fan spoke only after hearing his name. He remembered that the director still wanted to see Antonio, so he stepped forward. Let's go. I'll take you there. Chapter 711 Double Escort. Antonio's visit to the special office was reasonable. The barrier opened in H country, and Lin Fan was also here. As another member of the frigate, he must have come in advance. Although after the Mecha was transformed, it would not take too much time for P country to fly over. But no one knew what would happen later, so energy should be saved. In fact, P country originally did not intend to let Antonio's Apollo go. They thought of letting Xingqian go up to explore, so that if they were to face off at the beginning, their own Apollo could still preserve its strength inside Langsing. But H country would never agree. Letting the 2 strongest single soldier mechas on Langsing go up to welcome the guests was out of courtesy, but in fact it was a kind of military deterrence. Including the various firepower points arranged on the landing land, they wanted friends from aliens to watch, so that even if they had bad intentions, they had to think twice. The ugly woman said that the world tree was moved down from Nuwa's ship. Another way to say the barrier is a supramolecular defense membrane, which is a technological product that can only appear after development to a certain level. The other party's politeness now is probably because they have detected the existence of this technological product and are not sure about the depth of Langsing, so they are acting cautiously. In this case, they must show the highest technological power and the strongest military force. Although there are disharmony and gaps in the middle, it is better to be strong than weak. Of course, if the other party is friendly, that would be the best. But the politicians attending the meeting of the Blue Alliance will not have such naive ideas. Habitual conspiracy theories and caution are the basis of their survival. Therefore, based on the display of strength, it is definitely better to let 2 mechas go up to take the lead than 1 person. To put it bluntly, if it is really about to happen, and Xingqian encounters an accident, P country will not be able to save its strength and keep Apollo. In a nutshell, if Xingqian and Apollo can be killed by this visiting ship, then Langsing can lie flat, and it can't be stopped at all. P country argued with the Blue Alliance and insisted not to let Antonio go, saying that he still needs to defend the Western Hemisphere. The battle was fierce and almost overturned the table. Although it didn't say it won, it didn't lose either. They were so shameless that they didn't let Apollo go, and it was difficult for other forces to force them out. Who knew that Antonio somehow knew about this in the back and volunteered to go with Lin Fan, which made the P country mouth cannon who was responsible for the quarrel in the Blue Alliance so angry that he almost had a heart attack. Who are they doing this for? But as mentioned before, Antonio wants to go, and no one can stop him. In this case, just take the initiative and sell it well. After the mouth cannon was finished, he still wanted to save his family's reputation and made the reasons for the change sound high sounding, as if he was afraid that others would not remember their national justice. But no one took them seriously, and the result was good, and the process was not that important. So Antonio flew all the way here, and ZHU Kunjin sent Zooping, who had nothing to do, to pick him up. Lin Fan must have had ups and downs at this moment, so Wu Yusen, who was more familiar with Antonio, stayed with Lin Fan. Antonio was unorganized and undisciplined, and was used to being casual. He came and went freely in Aowa's office, and was even more impatient with reporting layer by layer. He came here just to find Lin Fan. Why did he have to meet so many strangers? Annoying. So after Zooping entered the office, he saw that there was no one around, so he simply ran out to find Lin Fan. Relying on his previous memory, he walked around the special affairs office and happened to ask someone who knew where Lin Fan was and went all the way to the information room. That was the process. ZHU Kunjin smiled and said that it didn't matter. In the whole thing, only Zooping was hurt. Although Antonio was not under the jurisdiction of Party H, people were on the territory, and greetings and small talk were always necessary. Antonio felt that this old man was not bad, at least he was not as fierce as the man who picked him up just now. Lin Fan sat with him for a while, and got a detailed mission description. Go to South Island? She thought the landing point would be set in the desert, wasteland and other places. After all, the ecology over there is relatively poor, and if a fight breaks out, the losses will not be that great. ZHU Kunjin saw her frowning slightly and asked, "What's wrong? What's the problem with South Island? Are you worried?" "Not really." Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief. "It's just that a relative of Lee Chun-Hua's has a child who goes to school on South Island. When you mentioned it, I remembered it. If the landing point is on South Island, the risk is still high. What if it affects the masses? What if the child is unlucky?" In fact, Lin Fan has never seen the person, but when he was a guest at Lee Chun-Hua's house, he talked about the child who was away from his parents. But after hearing about it, Lin Fan had a name in his mind, not to mention that there was Lee Chun-Hua. In Lin Fan's mind, many things and many people are better not to know or see, just afraid of such times. ZHU Kunjin knew her problem roughly, nodded, and did not continue to ask. Antonio did not understand, but looking at Lin Fan's expression, it was probably not a good thing to ask, so he simply pretended not to hear, and changed the subject. "I know South Island, it's a warm place. If he wants to make friends with someone, a handsome face and a friendly smile usually work well. I wanted to go there to shoot a video, but I didn't have time. Maybe I can appreciate the beauty of South Island this time." Antonio had stayed in Zhugang for a long time before. It was because of his stay in Zhugang that he caught up with the scene where Zhugang was attacked, and he drew his sword to help. So many times, it is really hard to say what happened by chance. If Antonio was not in Zhugang at the time, Zhugang would have to wait for the eldest brother to rescue it, and the end would definitely be bad. ZHU Kunjin also thought of the role Antonio played in it. In addition, he carried the injured Lin Fan back, and felt that this guy was still good at the moment, regardless of his position, and his smile became even brighter. He took out his own collection of good tea leaves, and started to make kung fu tea. Antonio stayed in Zhugang for a long time, and his love for kung fu tea was obviously deeper than Lin Fan. He could also use a few ancient Chinese to discuss the tea ceremony with ZHU Kunjin, which made Lin Fan's eyes turn into mosquito coils. "I almost forgot why I sat here," she whispered to John Woo's ear. "Aren't you talking about South Island? Why did they start talking about the classics of tea? And with a red-haired guy?" Sorry, she didn't mean anything else, but this picture is a bit fragmented. Did the director forget what he told her years ago about Antonio's hidden purpose? Or is it that the superiors are all like this? Well, she still has to learn. Looking at Wu Yusen's face with a perfect smile, Lin Fan felt inferior. It shouldn't be on the main body of the South Island. Wu Yusen glanced at Green Fan, who began to think divergently again, and found a suitable opportunity to get the topic. Yes. ZHU Kunjin also took the opportunity to join in. It's in a beach landscape, far away from the main city, and sparsely populated. Scenic area. Lin Fan finally got back to the point. Not really. Natural environment. Undeveloped. The reason why it was decided there, in addition to the open terrain, there is another reason. There is a J Engineering Research Institute there. ZHU Kunjin's words stunned the three of them. Lin Fan didn't know the existence of the research institute. Wu Yusen didn't expect ZHU Kunjin to tell Antonio such a secret. And Antonio didn't expect to hear such a thing. In Country P, he didn't even know where these places were. But Party H actually said that. He blinked, looked at ZHU Kunjin, who was smiling, and lowered his eyes. This old man. Chapter 712 Preparation. In fact, as long as Antonio goes to do the escort mission, he will definitely go to the J Institute. Because in the plan, one of the reception items is to visit the J Institute. It is a display, but also a test. The military display and ready-made firepower reserves in the J Institute are the key points. Of course, this is based on the premise that everything goes well. Since it is something that will be known sooner or later, ZHU Kunjin simply said it in advance to sell it well. But it is not only P country that wants Xinjiang, they also want to get Apollo into their own pot. ZHU Kunjin is best at quietly winning people's hearts. As for the effect, he glanced at Anthony who was looking down. He is not in a hurry. South Island landing site. The neat welcoming avenue has been paved. In front of the specially made hardened floor, a wide red carpet is laid straight, and both sides are decorated with bright flowers. It has not been decided whether the ceremonial band will appear on the upper level, but behind the flowers, armored vehicles of various colors are neatly arranged, with their guns raised high, forming a sharp contrast with the fresh flowers. In the sky, fighter jets shuttle back and forth from time to time. Looking down from the sky, on both sides of the red carpet, countless armored formations were lined up in black, and the cold and murderous feeling could not be hidden. On the sea, two giant H-type carriers were anchored, and carrier-based aircraft were moving slowly on the deck. In the offshore area, countless cruise J's were densely arranged on the side, and speedboats were shuttling back and forth between the ships. The Mecha team has arrived, and is walking along the red carpet to the landing position. The commander-in-chief of the armored formation is talking to them, communicating the way of cooperation with the armored vehicles. In the invisible places, the anti-aircraft missiles have all set the coordinates, and must reach the designated destination. Aowe saw the green lights of the preparations for each launch tower, and then looked at the busy, but orderly scene at the landing point, and couldn't help itching. Give me this firepower configuration, I can take down 10 Langsing. Although the location was set in H country, other G countries also sent representatives here, saying that they were assisting, actually monitoring, and they could grab a hand when there was an advantage. The one sent by P country was naturally the experienced Aowe. I don't know who sneered. Aowe turned around to look for him, but he didn't find anyone. At the conference table, several parties were still hesitating. Do we want a ceremonial band? This scene doesn't look so friendly. In addition to the red carpet and flowers, there were weapons all around, and the muzzles of the guns were pointed at the visitors. It didn't look like a welcome at all. In this kind of occasion, don't let people go out naked. They can't even stand up. You can save face later. The slightly irritable representative of Country E replied. Whether we welcome or not, the aliens may not understand. It's still up to us to decide. Ovi felt that this was quite what he wanted, so he interrupted. With so many weapons on display, is it really meaningful for the band to play a few songs? Who are you trying to fool? The opposing parties raised their eyebrows. This kid finally said something sensible. Most of those who wanted the band to go on stage thought that, since the people from Country H were on stage, they could speak without restraint. They were still talking about whether this would leave a bad impression on the aliens, or even use this as an excuse to turn against them. Okay, that's it. The decision maker made the decision. Let's wait and see what the other side is up to. We won't risk the lives of our soldiers. If the other side really wants to fight, they can't stop it, no matter how much they show goodwill. Strength is the hard truth. Be tough and show your force. If you want to play, we welcome you. If you want to do it, we will accompany you. Ovi applauded at first. It's not easy. It's not easy. Country H has always advocated the doctrine of benevolence and moderation. In the eyes of Country P, they always look back and forth, drag their feet and are clingy. I didn't expect that they would be so decisive. The people of Country H didn't care about Ova's weirdness at all and quickly invested in the next wave of operations. In the Special Affairs office, Lin Fan pulled Antonio to the cafeteria again. He couldn't stay in the information room, and ZHU Kunjin's office was not suitable. His own office. The cafeteria is better, and he can also replenish his energy. ZHU Kunjin specially asked the information room to cut the signal of a TV in the cafeteria to broadcast the dynamics of the visiting ship. Lin Fan ate, Antonio sat opposite him drinking, and John Woo was in charge of loading the goods. The few of them looked at the screen, ate, drank, and chatted, and time passed quickly. Come to think of it, do you drink to replenish your energy? Can't you eat? Lin Fan looked at the dozen or so bottles of wine next to Antonio, Nilanshan, Erguotao, white wine, beer, and everything else, and was a little worried that he would get alcohol poisoning. That's fine. Everything you take in can be converted into energy, whether it's food in your mouth or the kind that's infused. It's just that I'd prefer drinking to eating. Antonio opened another can of beer he had never drunk before, and smiled at John Woo. You should come to your H country to drink. There are so many varieties, and I haven't drunk many of them before. In the past, he drank beer, red wine, and whiskey in P country. Last time he came to celebrate the new year, he didn't want to leave Lin Fan with the impression of being an alcoholic, and there was no need, so he didn't drink. Now seeing Lin Fan eating non-stop, he felt that he also needed to replenish his energy, so he went with John Woo to get some wine, and when he went there, he discovered paradise. Like to drink? Lin Fan really thought of alcoholism, and the expression on her face was hard to describe. Don't get me wrong, I don't drink like this on weekdays. Antonio raised his hands and made a gesture of surrender. A little drink can make you happy. This is just a rare opportunity. Try a few more flavors. Alcohol won't have any effect on me anyway, so you won't get drunk. Lin Fan envied. I can't. If I drink a little even pineapple beer, I will feel dizzy. So she can only rely on eating. Huh. You are sensitive to alcohol? Antonio raised the can in his hand to Lin Fan and said regretfully, then you don't have a good time. Cheers to you. He took a sip and continued. I used to have a pretty good alcohol tolerance. I like to taste different flavors when I drink, just like I like delicious food. After I turned into a Mecha, I really won't get drunk. But if I drink too much, I will feel a little dizzy for a short time, but it won't affect my mind, and I will sober up quickly. It should be that the alcohol content is broken down by the body. Lin Fan looked at the dozen bottles of wine on the table. Isn't this too much? Antonio laughed. No, the alcohol content is different. The alcohol with a low alcohol content is no different from a drink after entering the body. Only when you drink too much alcohol will it have some effects. Then you can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Lin Fan admired. It counts. Antonio smiled. It's just like you are a big eater. Anyway, it's all converted into energy. Do you want to try drinking? Lin Fan's body is the same as his, and he can definitely adapt to and digest alcohol. Antonio felt that holding a glass of wine was much more elegant than eating non-stop, although Lin Fan's eating was not ugly. No, no, no. Lin Fan waved his hand and shook his head. One method is enough. I don't want to make trouble for myself. She knew that alcohol sickness, like motion sickness, can be overcome through exercise. But why bother? It's not necessary to do that. Antonio shrugged and didn't force her. He discussed wine with Wu Yusen. Lin Fan didn't join their conversation. She just ate her own food and watched TV from time to time. As the visiting ship got closer and closer, she looked up at the TV more and more frequently. Later, she almost watched TV for a while. After eating 2 bites, Wu Yusen saw that she had no appetite and stopped serving food. Nervous? Antonio's cheeks were a little red. Seeing that Lin Fan began to rub her hands together, he asked with a smile. Lin Fan nodded and shook her head. It's hard to explain the feeling. I just feel unsure and a little nervous. Are you a little drunk? We are just getting started. Antonio waved his hand. It's okay. I don't know either. But I'm with you. Don't be afraid. Lin Fan looked at Antonio's flushed face and didn't know if she should be more relieved. But because of his comfort, Her heart was strangely calmed. "Don't worry, we are all here." Wu Yusen also comforted. Although his consolation was a bit superficial compared to Antonio who was going with him, Lin Fan was still happy. She smiled, thought for a while, and warned Wu Yusen. "If I can't come back, my parents." Before Wu Yusen could react, he heard Antonio on the other side making a series of ding-ling clang-clang noises. "Pa, pa, pa, children's words are incorruptible." He spat and rubbed his soles back and forth fiercely a few times, then turned to look at Lin Fan. "We are about to go to war. Can you say something auspicious?" Without waiting for Lin Fan to reply, he put his hands together and prayed upwards, chanting non-stop. "Amitofu, Guanine Bodhisattva, what she said just now doesn't count. Bless us to be successful." Lin Fan's original sadness was completely gone after he interrupted her like this, and she felt that this red-haired devil was becoming more and more like a rage country. "Don't you believe in God?" Chapter 713 Welcoming Guests. Antonio said that, when we arrive in Country H, God is useless, and we have to worship the Buddha of Country H. Lin Fan actually thought it made sense. I don't know whose brain is wrong. When the visiting ship was not far from the barrier, Xingqian and Apollo had already received the order to meet it. The two stopped a distance in front of the spaceship, spread their limbs to indicate that they were not holding weapons, and posed no threat, and pointed at Langsing with large movements. The spaceship probably understood, and the lights on the top flashed twice. Antonio wanted to get closer to see what the aliens looked like, but was stopped by the ground control. He saw Xingqian flying in front of the bow not far away, leading the way. He didn't want her to be frightened, so he suppressed his curiosity and flew in his position. The two led the way in front, and the visiting ship followed behind. The nearby satellites followed closely and were not attacked. The first contact seemed to be good. This scene was not transmitted to the public's TV until more than 10 minutes later. In the underground bunker, the people who had received the news long ago and were eagerly waiting were all excited and began to speculate about the species of the aliens and the benefits they would bring to Langsing. However, Lin Fan was still nervous and tense. The stars in front of the spaceship were like ordinary people in front of the big Airbus, so small that it was difficult for her to ignore them. Moreover, they had their backs to the spaceship. If the other party attacked them, they didn't know whether they could escape. Antonio was much better than her. Maybe he was a foreigner and was more enthusiastic about adventure and excitement. Although he also felt threatened, he was not as nervous as Lin Fan. "After this mission is completed, let's go out and relax," Antonio said. This channel was directly connected to the control room, and Lin Fan was also online. Of course, the words were directed at Lin Fan. The ground control room didn't expect that this foreign devil would start chatting while they were on a mission. However, they didn't have any other orders for the time being. The two mechas executed them very well, and it could be seen from the monitor that Lin Fan was nervous, so they turned a blind eye to his unruly behavior. Lin Fan didn't understand, and replied subconsciously, "Where to?" As soon as the words came out, she felt that her mood seemed to be much more relaxed, and her body was no longer so stiff. Suddenly, she understood the purpose of Antonio's joke at this moment. "Whatever, go wherever you want. Is there any place on Langsing that we can't go?" Antonio laughed arrogantly after saying that. "It's fine for me, but I don't know if you have freedom of movement." Lin Fan laughed. From ZHU Kunjin, she heard that Antonio was restricted by P country. He said that, after he went back for the new year, he couldn't even call her. The right to communicate was restricted, which was obvious. On the contrary, Lin Fan herself seemed to be carrying out tasks, but in fact, the Special Affairs Office or other people never restricted her freedom of life. On the contrary, they were quite indulgent in many cases. "What you said? Who doesn't know that RP country is the country that advocates freedom the most?" Antonio's words made OV, who was guarding in the control room, very proud and smiled triumphantly. As a result, the next sentence slapped her in the face. "Besides, I was the one who let them go. Wherever I really want to go, is there anyone who can stop me?" Antonio didn't care if there were any P countrymen listening. He turned his head and glanced at Xingqian on the right. "Of course, except you." In the huge control room, hundreds of people were waiting in a serious manner to listen to the two people chatting about trivial and meaningless gossip. Seeing Xingqian gradually getting rid of the tension and returning to a full state, the entrance to the barrier finally arrived. Xingqian, Apollo, pay attention, guide the other party in, and strictly control the direction. The control room gave an order in time. Xingqian understands. Got it. The two responded in unison, and the relaxed atmosphere disappeared in an instant. On the big screen, the faces of the two people became serious. They slowed down, and when the tip of the spacecraft moved to the middle of the two people, they stretched out one arm, pointed in the direction of the entrance, and guided the spacecraft in. When the spacecraft successfully entered the barrier according to their instructions, the hearts of the people in the control room fell a little. The entrance to the barrier of the ugly woman was just a small piece, just big enough for the spacecraft to pass through. If the spaceship does not follow the direction of the two Mecha men, it will easily hit the barrier. According to the ugly woman, that would be bad. ZHU Kunjin could not ask how bad it was, and no one dared to let the spaceship try. Anyway, it would definitely not be a good thing. The situation that seems to be not bad at the moment should not be ruined by such a small mistake. Although they are also prepared to fight with guns, who would be willing to shed blood and sacrifice when they can communicate in a friendly manner? Because of the differences in technological dimensions and civilizations, the alien civilization and Langsing cannot share many things. Those inappropriate places can be ignored, but if the spaceship is shot to death on the barrier, it can be regarded as a signal of war, right? Even if it is not dead, it can be regarded as a provocation. They have not forgotten that there is a big guy waiting behind the moon. The visiting ship was destroyed before it entered. If it were Langsing, it would definitely be angry. Don't let good things turn into bad things. If you beat the small ones, the big ones will come. In short, it's good to pass now. Everything is fine, and everyone is happy. The entrance of the barrier gradually shrinks as the spacecraft enters Langsing, and it is completely closed the moment the tail of the spacecraft enters completely. The two mechas changed their leading posture and began to fly around the spacecraft in a spiral. They are like two small satellites, which look like they are doing high altitude stunts, but in fact they are restricting the spacecraft from exceeding the space they have marked out. Everyone in the control room is sweating. If the spacecraft has other ideas at this time and wants to break through the range marked out by the two people, it will be regarded as a provocation to Langsing. Xingqian and the other two will show their weapons and force restrictions. If they can't persuade them, missiles will be launched, and the ground will also focus on fire. Before the spacecraft lands, all threats and hidden dangers will be strangled in the cradle. This most basic sense of territory should be common. No matter how advanced the technological civilization is, if you come to my territory, you must listen to me. Unless the other party wants to invade. Of course, this is the consequence that everyone least wants to see. Once this happens, it is equivalent to declaring war on aliens. The consequences are hard to say. In short, it is impossible to let the other party do whatever they want on Langsing right from the start. Once this start is made, it will be difficult to end it later. Fortunately, everything is going well at present. The visiting ship quietly cooperates with the mechas and lands along the established route. Judging from the other party's current reaction, the friendly trend is still quite obvious. The rest depends on what the people will say when they come out. Outside the landing point, the people in charge of reception are already ready at the front of the red carpet. They are the only ones on the scene who have no equipment and greet them in the flesh. Although the bionic armor team is closely guarding next to them, and there are countless armored vehicles around, everyone knows that if things really get chaotic, their bulletproof vests will be useless, and they can only rely on luck. Lin Fan saw that Sen Fangyuan was in the group of 10 people, and she pursed her lips tightly, turned around and stared at the spaceship to see where its door opened. She and Antonio must go to the door to support them as soon as possible. The people of the bionic armor team lined up in 2 columns and walked neatly in the direction of Lin Fan and the others, leaving the group of 10 people at the end. Suddenly, a square area below the front of the spacecraft turned outward silently, turning into a square platform leaning on the ground. Xingqian and Antonio were already in position, blocking both sides of the hatch. Several people in the bionic armor also trotted forward, following the 2 Mecha men. with their hands clasped on their guns, standing still, their eyes fixed on the direction of the hatch. The group of 10 walked forward a few steps, not too close. There was no dazzling white light, no mist rising, but there seemed to be a layer of light film covering the open hatch, which reminded Lin Fan of a shuttle. The sound of click, click gradually came. Lin Fan frowned. This doesn't sound like walking. The scene was so quiet that even the welcome music prepared was turned down. Hundreds of people in the control room stared at the hatch, listening to the indistinguishable rhythm and guessing what the aliens looked like. The almost static picture was broken by Xingqian's upper body leaning back slightly. Although she quickly straightened herself, everyone still noticed it. Xingqian, what's going on? Report. Before Lin Fan finished speaking, the membrane attached to the hatch began to ripple, shaking so that people could not see clearly what was inside. No need to say, the other party came out. Soon, on the opposite side of Lin Fan, that is, next to the door, where Apollo was standing, a soft thing poked out from the membrane. Before everyone could see it clearly, it quickly retracted. The control room quickly took a screenshot. It was a little pink and a little brown, and looked like a tentacle. Guess what the new alien is? Chapter 714 Aliens. When fans of the second dimension saw the short tentacle, their faces began to twitch. This is not a good thing. Those who are not familiar with the second dimension also looked very ugly. This is obviously not a human. How come these non-human creatures in the interstellar space have developed so well? Last time it was a bug, this time it is. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's some dark creature. Sen Fangyuan and his friends didn't see it standing on the red carpet, but they heard it clearly in their headphones and froze on the spot with a smile. Is it really meaningful for them to stand here to receive? I can't understand what I hear, and I can't say it. But it's impossible to retreat now. Because of the angle, Lin Fan saw more than others. Although he was shocked at first and subconsciously wanted to retreat, he reacted in time and didn't make a mistake. How to say it? Although it's not what I expected, it can be barely accepted. In the silence, the tentacles stretched out again, this time for a longer time, so long that the second echelon of bionic armor could see it. Oh my god. Li Chunhua's voice rang out in the control room, as if shouting out everyone's thoughts. The tentacles scratched the outside of the membrane, but they didn't feel any harm, so they continued to stretch out boldly. At the same time, more tentacles emerged from the side. Long and short, swaying. Lin Fan's goosebumps exploded. If she didn't have to watch, she would have wanted to avoid it. What the hell? Without anyone restraining Li Chunhua, he would not have realized that he had made a mistake. Is this a tentacle monster? Without the instructions of their superiors, the technicians in the information room quickly took out the tentacle pictures and compared them with the creatures that met the requirements on Langsing. Countless pictures immediately filled the huge display, among which jellyfish, conches, octopuses and other colorful marine creatures were the most conspicuous. As the shape, length and bottom suction cups of the tentacles were exposed one by one, a large number of comparison pictures flashed back and disappeared, and only jellyfish and octopuses remained on the screen. But octopuses on Langsing generally have only 8 tentacles, and the door obviously has more than 10, and is still increasing. The thin tentacles in the front and thick in the back almost covered the platform in front of the door. This shape doesn't look like a jellyfish. The marine biologist shouted at the big screen. The tentacles of jellyfish are about the same thickness from top to bottom. This looks like an octopus. How can an octopus have so many hands? The expert who specializes in studying mollusks jumped up. But we have found a sample of sea lily with more than 20 tentacles before, which looks a bit like this. Soon, a picture of sea lily appeared on the screen. The huge sea lily did look a bit like an octopus, with many long tentacles, but its bottom was similar to the roots of plants, and if you look closely, there are feather-like hairs arranged. Sea lily is a plant, right? This plant, is it okay? The marine biologist wanted to refute, but he was already weak. There are alien tree people in P-country movies, so sea lily may not be impossible. No one could answer him. Everyone was confused and could only wait for the alien to come out and see its true face. The tentacles became thicker and thicker, and gradually geometric patterns appeared. The monitor quickly pushed pictures of various animals with similar flower shapes. The zoologist looked at this and that, and was even more unsure of what it was. Finally, the round head squeezed out of the light film, which was covered with light brown geometric patterns, large and small, regular and irregular. At first glance, it was a bit intensively frightening, but after looking at it for a while, it was actually quite pleasing to the eye. The shortest tentacle was about 1.5 meters long. The head slowly came out, and it was also nearly 70 to 80 centimeters in diameter. It was not round, but it was still roughly spherical. On the top of the head that finally exposed the light film, there was a large bunch of small tentacles like hair. There were no suction cups, and the tentacles like down feathers hung down like strands of thick noodles, which made everyone who had basically confirmed that this was an alien mutant octopus start to be confused again. The octopus monster probably doesn't know how to organize its hairstyle. That short hair is like a hairstyle exclusively for idiots, which is really not good looking. But unexpectedly, it made the unpredictable alien have a bit of cuteness. Well, the person finally came out. What should I do next? The octopus monster stood in front of the light film for a while, and suddenly made a breath. Almost everyone stared at him and inhaled together. Then what? Then what? Lin Fan felt embarrassed. What should he do next? The control center said something. What are you doing standing there like this? Her eyes hurt. A cough. Warrior Antonio spoke to break the deadlock, as if to remind the shocked control center that it was time to give the order. His voice seemed to attract the octopus monster. It turned its head, and it didn't know which side was the front. Its head tilted to the side. To everyone's surprise, it stretched out a tentacle and touched Apollo's finger. Apollo made a dodging gesture. His movements were very fast, and theoretically he should have been able to avoid it, but he was touched. Antonio was caught off guard, and Lin Fan took 2 steps back. She was not afraid of a fight, but she didn't want to touch the sticky tentacle. The people in the control room didn't expect that the first physical contact would happen like this. Ovi stood up from his chair nervously. Fortunately, it seemed that the octopus monster just put its tentacle over and had no other intention of attacking. Is it trying to shake hands? Someone asked in confusion. Can aliens understand the etiquette and customs of our langsing? Someone retorted. And it's just resting on Apollo's fingertips, not even holding it. But it doesn't look like it's attacking, so it's good news. The stunned biologist was able to use his skills again at this time. The nerves of an octopus are all over the body, and the neurons distributed on the tentacles are no different from those in the brain. So the tentacles are not only tools for hunting and walking, but also have sensing functions and reproductive functions. During mating, the male octopus uses a tentacle to complete it. Everyone was still listening to the popular science seriously, trying to understand some seemingly similar points, but something was wrong as they listened. He can't be. Ovi pointed at the screen with his tentacles still resting on Apollo's fingertips. Combined with the biologist's last sentence, it is indeed difficult not to think too much. Everyone's face was subtle, and they were all muttering in their hearts. Is he interested in Apollo? This shouldn't be the case. The gender is wrong. Same-sex people can't do that, right? No. This is not a gender issue, it's species isolation. Whether it was the octopus monster and the Mecha man, or the Langsing people. No, how did these two people fall in love with each other? Could it be that the aliens came to Langsing to seek a mate? Ovi stumbled, wishing he could go up and tear the tentacle away from Apollo's hand. At this moment, Antonio suddenly spoke. So that's how it is. I see. I'll help you convey it. On the screen, the octopus monster retracted its tentacles. Antonio Langsheng said. Headquarters. This guy said that when they passed by our galaxy this time, they felt a huge black hole energy and chased all the way here. Although the black hole signal disappeared and was not found, they saw a beautiful planet here, so out of friendship, they wanted to visit it and let us not be afraid. Antonio's voice was transmitted through the Mecha and clearly reached the ears of the people around. Lin Fan was a little surprised when he heard it. How did you know? What did he tell you? In the control room, Ovi rushed to the microphone and asked. Oh, it's nothing. Antonio smiled. By touching their tentacles, we can communicate through consciousness or nerves. We don't need to talk, just think and both sides will understand. Everyone was shocked. Isn't this the field of brain nerves they are committed to developing? Use the brain to directly control the operation of the intelligent brain system and connect to the Mecha control center to control the Mecha's activities. H&P countries have already started research, but when they really started researching, they found that it was not easy. Has the technology of octopus people developed to this point? Amazing. The alien planet of giant octopus, the pattern of spindle, and the roots of sea lilies' hair. Haha, it basically looks like this. It's an octopus man. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 715, The Visiting Trio. Then can they read minds? While others were admiring the high technology, Lin Fan opened up a new angle. As long as we touch, they will know what we are thinking and what we have experienced in the past. There have been such plots in science fiction movies, and Lin Fan happened to have seen it again, so he immediately thought of it. Reading minds? That's really scary. Not really? The biologist hesitated. It's just a lot of neurons. If they can instantly read the thoughts and past in the mind by touching, isn't that something that only gods can do? He looked at the giant octopus, not sure. If they are really that powerful, they don't need to go around and around with us and conduct such a formalistic visit, right? If that's really possible, wouldn't it be possible to make clouds and rain with a flip of the hand? Why bother to take a spaceship to visit Lansing? Everyone felt that what he said made sense, but no one was sure. After all, octopuses can fly spaceships to visit the stars. It should be possible to communicate through brain waves. The neurological researcher happened to be there and took over. Brain waves are like sound waves. They have frequency bands and high and low frequencies. Since sound waves can be read, brain waves should be able to read them as well. It's just that we don't have this technology yet. This speculation is more reasonable, but there is no evidence either. We have to make contact to know whether we can know or not. There is no point in being timid. At present, it seems that the other party is quite friendly. Escort and guard teams, please pay attention. The reception team is coming. The general control did not hesitate for long. It is impossible to leave people alone for a meeting in such a situation. Each team received the order, and Sen Fangyuan led the people forward. He nodded to the octopus man with a smile, said a few opening remarks, and then extended his hand. To be honest, Lin Fan admired these flesh pioneers. If it were her, even if she dared to face the octopus man, she would not be able to smile so much, as if the person in front of her was her own family and friends. Even though she was wearing a mecha now, she was still a little afraid to touch those slippery tentacles. It is really not simple to be the old man's chief secretary. It is not simple. The octopus man seemed to hesitate for a moment, and did not move. Sen Fangyuan did not move. His hand was stretched out, and his smile was on his face. Just when everyone thought that the octopus man was choosing someone, whether to replace Apollo, its tentacles finally touched. The same sharp points were on the fingertips, and with a small contact surface, both parties entered the communication mode. Sen Fangyuan greeted first. He spoke loudly, so that everyone at the scene and in the headphones could hear. When the octopus man spoke, he listened quietly, and then repeated it loudly, after he was done. After a round of high-sounding greetings, everyone finally learned some useful information. For example, the octopus man's name is Ours. Sen Fangyuan couldn't learn the pronunciation of the real name, so he could only find a similar pronunciation alias. They came from the planet Octopus, a water star in a galaxy far away from the Milky Way. The material and spiritual life of the octopus people are very abundant, so they want to explore the outside world, to see what is in space, and whether there are planets or species different from them. Lansing is the fourth planet they visited. They only sent 3 representatives this time. The people of Octopus love peace, so the people of Lansing don't need to worry. Hearing that there are still people on the boat, Lin Fan can't help but look at Apollo, and found that he was also looking at him. One for you, one for me, and one for the others. We should be able to make do. Antonio muttered in a low voice. It was not obvious against the background of the already amplified welcoming music and the hydraulic sound of the bionic armor. Are you going to die? Aren't you afraid of being hurt? Lin Fan raised his head and gestured to the back of Oz's head. It's okay, they won't understand. Even if they hear it, they haven't been exposed to it. Antonio said confidently. If it doesn't work, I say H text, you say P text. I don't believe he can understand it. Lin Fan was silent. This seems to be a way to encrypt. If there are only 3 octopus people on the boat, then with Langsing's current capabilities, there should be no need to be too afraid. As for the one behind the moon, don't worry about it for now, just focus on the present. After knowing that there are 3 visitors in total, Sen Fangyuan politely asked them to come out together, saying that he would take them to visit and appreciate the natural scenery and development of Langsing. As Oz walked forward, Lin Fan realized that the tentacles behind him were still in the light screen and had not completely come out. As he stepped off the platform, the main body fell completely to the ground, and the tentacles behind him were completely exposed. The control room quickly took screenshots from all directions, and finally counted that there were 12 tentacles in total. The short tentacles in the front were about 1.5 meters long, and the long tentacles in the back were about 2.2 meters long. The arrangement of the tentacles in the front and the back, plus the undulating tentacles when he walked, looked like a long cloak with a thick edge from a distance. Oz's long tentacles had not completely left the platform, and the front tentacles of the person behind him followed and poked out of the light film. I guess they had been waiting by the door. At first glance, there was no difference from Oz, but the color turned dark brown in the places with patterns, like ink splashed on the wall. Lin Fan felt even more uncomfortable watching it. Why do octopuses have dots on their faces? It would be better if they were as white and clean as the tentacles. Although it was uncomfortable, he still had to look carefully. Octopusman number 2, who was covered with ink stains, looked no different from Oz in appearance, except for the color and pattern shape. Octopusman No 3's spots were much better in color, like light freckles, and the contrast with other parts was not so obvious. Lin Fan finally felt more comfortable. When the 3 of them walked down the platform, Lin Fan looked at the 2 people in front of him again, and felt that it was also good to distinguish them by the depth of color. After all, the 3 octopusmen looked really similar. It can't be said to be exactly the same, but when she first met them, there was really no good way to tell who was who at a glance except by color. The patterns were of course different, but they were all random ink splashes. If the colors were the same, she would not be able to tell who was who. It's like a puppy of the same breed, with the same fur color and the same body shape. It is difficult for outsiders to distinguish the individual differences in a short time. While comforting himself, Lin Fan followed Octopusman number 3 and walked forward. Sen Fangyuan greeted the 2 people separately and got the names of A and Ibutu. A was the dark one, and Ibutu was the light one. The welcoming music got louder again, and the atmosphere was not restricted by the lack of a live band. Sen Fangyuan walked beside Als, holding up one of his tentacle tips with his fingertips, and introduced them as he walked. He was still hesitant about how to introduce them to the other 2, but was told by Als not to worry, as they could synchronize. Looking down, A and Ibutu followed behind Als, each with a front tentacle holding the long tentacle behind Als. These octopuses walked with their front and back tentacles flying like waves. Sen Fangyuan was so nervous that he was afraid of making mistakes, and he didn't pay attention to the soles of his feet. Unexpectedly, they connected online by themselves. Can they all hear what I say in this way? Sen Fangyuan's question was also everyone's question. Yes, people on our planet can share spirits. As long as they have physical contact and open permissions, they can share the spiritual realm. Als replied. Chapter 716 Spiritual Energy Body. Sharing the spiritual realm. Sen Fangyuan was surprised. Sharing, is that what I understand? There are no secrets between you? Yes. The essence of the octopus is a spiritual energy body. Although each individual is different, when we do not set up a spiritual barrier, everything can be shared, and there are no secrets. Sen Fangyuan paused and asked the same question as before. Then can you see my inner thoughts when you contact me? No. Oz's answer made everyone feel relieved. You Langsing people are not pure energy bodies. Your brain capacity is too small, and you have a spiritual barrier. In a peaceful state, we have no way. Unless we forcibly invade your brain. Can we forcibly invade? Sen Fangyuan's heart skipped a beat. Then, Oz understood what he did not say, and continued. If we forcibly invade, the brain of the Langsing people will not be able to withstand our spiritual shock, and they will die directly, which is equivalent to killing them directly. Everyone held their breath. Is it so easy for the octopus man to kill the Langsing people? Just attack the brain, and a person will die. But why do we do that? Oz did not seem to feel the stagnation of the atmosphere, and continued. We are not interested in your food, clothing, housing, transportation, money, and desire. Chaotic thoughts are rubbish to us. Too much of them will cause a burden on the spirit body. In other words, it is not difficult technically, but it is unnecessary and too rubbish. Sen Fangyuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and then asked again. Excuse me, sir, what do you mean by spirit body? The spirit body is the purest energy body. It can change its form, but its essence still exists in the form of energy. Like this. Sen Fangyuan had just finished translating when the skin of the 3 octopus people in front of him gradually faded and became transparent. The blue light spots and veins inside gradually became clear, turning into a nebula-like existence. The light blue mist enveloped their outer contours, and the light spots and veins formed the skeleton. Sen Fangyuan could see the stars and Apollo behind them through their bodies. The sense of reality at his fingertips let him know that these illusion-like things were real. Sure enough, there are too many unknown things in the interstellar. Lin Fan was also surprised that the octopus people could change their forms, and there was no preparation, just change. In her eyes, the light spot at the contact surface between Oz and Sen Fangyuan's fingertips was much brighter than the others, and following that light spot, the light and dots along the way up were thicker and brighter than the others, as if there was energy flowing in it. This path extended from the tip to the point where Oz's tentacles converged, and did not go up to the head, but turned a corner, and connected to AE and Ibuto along the 2 back tentacles. The latter 2 only had 2 points on the tip of the tentacles that were particularly bright, unlike ours. Lin Fan guessed that the information might be transmitted along this path. She was not sure whether others could detect this, but it was obvious that the communication with the octopus man was actually completed through these internal paths. The blue mist on the outside should be the same as their flesh and blood skin, a substance that protects the internal core structure. She felt that this energy manifestation was a bit like the world tree, and the blue mist part was a bit similar to the barrier membrane, but she was not sure. The energy state of the octopus man only lasted for a while, and then he turned into a fat white octopus again. The huge body with a height of 2.67 meters made everyone else outside the Mecha look petite. Sen Fangyuan was hit by several waves of cognitive shocks. Although the smile on his face was still there, it was obviously a little stiff. He just kept trying to find words. The octopus man probably didn't know the difference between a real smile and a fake one. He let Sen Fangyuan lead him slowly and gracefully. It seemed to confirm their self-proclaimed kindness and commitment to peace. From the landing point, the road to the research institute was the way. But the bus originally used to pick people up could not be used. The Langsing people thought that the aliens might be relatively large, so they specially made an armored bus with a super high compartment. The compartment space was large enough for the bionic armors of the same size as the stars to enter by shrinking their hands and feet. However, they didn't expect the visitor to be a giant octopus. The octopus man's head was not big, but the 12 tentacles were spread out like a large round table in a hotel, which took up a lot of space. If all the tentacles were coiled on the head, it should be possible, but it would be too impolite. In the end, an extended semi-trailer was urgently dispatched to pull all 3 octopus men on board. The mechas followed the side of the car, and apart from the 3 big octopuses, only Sen Fangyuan got on the board. The car was not driving fast. Xingchen Fei was next to Els in the first row, and Antonio was in the 3rd row on the opposite side, next to Ibuto. The other bionic armors were evenly spread around the car, wrapping the 3 octopus men. The scenery on the road was quite beautiful. Sen Fangyuan was like a conscientious tour guide, introducing the scenery on both sides along the way. Al's big head turned left and right, and it really looked like he was here for sightseeing. Hey, Lin, did you see their rise just now? Antonio saw that everything was going smoothly and steadily, and started to chat with Lin Fan again. The main control wanted to stop it, but after listening to what he said, it made some sense, so he didn't stop it. Anyway, Sen Fangyuan was on another signal, and it would not interfere with the communication system of the 2BO armor. Lin Fan had tried her best not to focus on the spots on the big head, but Antonio still asked. Although she was unhappy, she couldn't help, but her curiosity was aroused again. After a careful look, perhaps because Oz was not facing her, she could not see anything. She really did not want to look at Ai's big face covered in ink, and there was no obvious eye on Ibutu's face behind him. Not daring to be too distracted, Lin Fan quickly turned his head back to the front and replied, I didn't see it. I didn't see it either. Antonio looked at Ibutu next to him again, feeling puzzled. How do they perceive the outside world without eyes? I'm not discriminating against the blind. If that's the case, is there any point in your tour guide taking them to see the scenery? Of course, the blind can also see the scenery, but when introducing it, they will focus more on description, rather than just introducing it in general terms like when facing ordinary people. What is here, and what is there? While the two were talking, the information room enlarged the previous screenshots and analyzed them, and finally found the eyes between two spots. The green bean-sized eyes on the giant octopus's huge body are not as big as a suction cup on its tentacles, and they are hidden between the spots. If a group of people hadn't stared at the photo with a spirit of finding fault, they would not have discovered it so quickly. Antonio was not satisfied with the answer he got. He looked at Ibutu beside him and yelled, no, this guy seems to have no eyes. Antonio also had a camera on his head, and Ibutu's real-time picture was clearly displayed on the main control screen. The spots on his face were relatively light, so theoretically, his eyes should be more obvious. But there was nothing on the smooth skin surface. Ibutu has eyes. The picture was taken when he got off the boat. The main control replied affirmatively. As for why he has no eyes now, didn't they say that they are energy bodies and can change their appearance? Lin Fan recalled that he didn't see the green bean-sized eyes when he turned around just now and guessed, doesn't that mean that the octopus form is converted to the energy state? Can the eyes also become invisible? Antonio snorted. Does that mean that in addition to the octopus appearance, they can also become other appearances? Shapeshifters, fish. The main control room was also discussing this issue, but there was no way to discuss the result. In the end, it was the chief planner who asked Sen Fangyuan to ask directly. Sen Fangyuan was sitting in the front row. From his angle, he could only see Ae behind him, but it was difficult to see Ibuta behind him, not to mention looking for Xiaoyan. He turned around in a pretentious manner, leaned back a few times, and asked questions without leaving any trace. Oz did not notice, or pretended not to notice, that the Langsing people were monitoring them 360 degrees. He and Sen Fangyuan were still sitting hand in hand and chatting intimately. The reason was very simple, unexpected, but also reasonable. After Ae and Ibuta got on the car, they shared senses with Oz through tentacles, and closed their eyes when they were not in use. In other words, only Oz was watching, and the two people behind him saw what was captured by his eyes. And because of the special body structure, when they closed their eyes, there was almost no concave gap, so the eyes could not be seen from the outside. The people who knew the truth could not adapt for a while. The way of sharing things by spiritual bodies actually existed all the time, but the more they thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. Isn't this just like watching someone else's live broadcast? Lee Chun-ho whispered quietly. You don't have to put in any effort, just use other people's ready-made perspectives. Gu coughed fakely, and Lee Chun-ho immediately remembered what the occasion was, closed her mouth, and no longer dared to speak casually. Chapter 717 Visit. The tour went smoothly. When entering the J Institute, the three octopus people seemed to be no different from those who were watching the scenery on the bus. They showed no fear of Langsing's military power, nor did they show disdain. Sen Fangyuan explained carefully on the side, feeling helpless that he could not see any emotional fluctuations from Oz. Thinking of what he said before, the information in the heads of Langsing people was equivalent to garbage to them. He was not belittling himself, and the status of these technologies and firepower on Langsing might be similar in the eyes of the octopus people. But then again, what expression should an octopus have? Even if there were emotional fluctuations, he could not see the reason by observing the emotional laws of Langsing people, right? So it was really tiring, but the work had to continue. When coming out of the J Institute, the sunset filled the sky, and the sun slowly sank like a salted egg yolk, which made Lin Fan greedy. Sen Fangyuan seized this opportunity to speak eloquently again, and his rich descriptions and gorgeous words could directly serve as a model essay for the college entrance examination. Since it was dark, the inevitable question was dinner. What would the aliens eat, raw or cooked? Sen Fangyuan was afraid that he couldn't explain it clearly, so he specially asked someone to send a tablet and introduced it to us one by looking at the pictures. Although the octopus people are energy bodies, won't they also turn into giant octopuses? Mecha people like Lin Fan and his friends also convert food into energy and store it in their bodies. Maybe the octopus people are the same? Moreover, from a etiquette point of view, it doesn't matter if the other party doesn't need it, but we can't be unprepared. After accompanying them for an afternoon, Sen Fangyuan already had experience. For the octopus group, as long as you tell one person, it's equivalent to all three of them knowing. He was mainly responsible for ours, and the other two pendants behind were left for the rest of the team to observe. Ours looked at the tablet with great interest and asked about everything, but in the end, he didn't want anything. He said that the octopus people are pure energy bodies, and consuming food will produce impurities in their bodies, which is not good for their health. Okay, Sen Fangyuan didn't want to endanger the health of his interstellar friends, so he asked them if they needed to take in any energy. The oil, minerals, and even the world tree on Langsing are all a kind of energy. This is also a test to see if these octopus people are coming for the energy of Langsing. After all, they said it themselves, and it is difficult for Langsing people to distinguish whether it is true or false. It is normal for the main control to give more probing instructions. Ours' unhesitating negative answer made everyone temporarily relieved. Regardless of whether it is true or false, at least for the time being, the other party showed that there was no conflict. Even if they were acting, there must be something for them to worry about, right? Because the size of the octopus people was miscalculated, there were still many things that were not prepared in terms of transportation. Even the bed in the resting place was not big enough. Sen Fangyuan apologized and explained that he would hold a meeting overnight to rearrange it. The octopus people did not mind at all, and generously said that they could go back to their own ship to rest first. This is of course the best. A group of people sincerely sent the three people back to the spaceship along the original route. The densely packed armored formations on both sides had already withdrawn, leaving only the guards who looked less oppressive, far away outside the spacecraft, and acting as a safety partition. After a polite farewell, all the Langsing people breathed a sigh of relief as they watched the octopus people disappear behind the light curtain one by one. The platform was retracted, and the hatch was closed. Sen Fangyuan didn't even have time to greet them, and he took them back to the meeting without stopping. The guards were divided into two waves, guarding outside the spacecraft, and preparing to take shifts. They had to repair and replace energy in batches. No one really dared to leave the spacecraft here and ignore it. Without any constraints or restrictions, who knew what would happen next? Xingqian and Apollo, the two strongest fighters, were also required to take turns to rest and try to stay in the best condition. Antonio argued with Lin Fan for a while about who would go first and who would go later, but in the end, it was decided by rock paper scissors, and Lin Fan won. As required, retreat to a relatively far distance, and don't hang around in front of the spacecraft, to avoid annoying the octopus people. Lin Fan looked directly at the hatch, and felt that the experience of the past few hours was like a dream, not real at all. Is the purpose of these aliens really just a friendly visit as they said? She hoped so, but she didn't dare to believe it completely in her heart. Throughout the ages, trust between forces will pay a heavy price, and Lin Fan is afraid of such consequences. But if not, what is their purpose? What are you thinking about? Binglin's blue-purple body stopped beside Xingqian. Xingqian glanced at him sideways. The shell of the new Mecha has been slightly changed, using new materials left by Grow, and the paint has been redone, which looks more majestic. Different from the appearance of Xingqian. I wonder what their purpose is. Turning his head, and continuing to stare at the hatch, where there is no gap, Lin Fan sighed. Maybe my mind is dark. Why don't I believe that they are just a friendly visit? It's normal to doubt. Yu put his hands around. I don't quite believe it either. Really? Lin Fan smiled in agreement. Yu has a high IQ and is a typical smart person. He also said that he didn't believe it, which proved that he was not overthinking. But we can only listen to what they say. How can we tell how much they say is true and how much is false? Lin Fan sighed again. If it is true, it's fine. It's our petty mind. If it is false, the price behind it. With intentional and unintentional, even if they are alert, their reaction will definitely be slower than others. Lin Fan even had an illusion that, if she looked away, something dangerous would slip out of the hatch. She knew that she was thinking too much, but she couldn't help it, so she just stared at it without blinking. Something can be analyzed from their statement. Yu also looked at the spaceship that he had never seen before. As a former pilot, his love for aircraft such as airplanes and spaceships comes from the heart. The spaceship in front of him is very advanced and beautiful, but he can't feel a trace of joy. Instead, his brows are frowned, as if he is facing a serious problem, and he dare not relax at any time. For example, the reason why they were attracted by the black hole. Yu had already analyzed it in his mind, and now he speaks very fluently. No matter what the reason for Kyan Leo's black hole, it is certain that it contains huge energy. Although we don't know how they detected it, they can say that it is a black hole, which means they have really detected it. They should not have lied to us about this. Lin Fan nodded. If it were me, I would also want to go forward to find out if the energy I sensed appeared and disappeared. No, Yu shook his head and denied. There is a problem that you overlooked. The time of their space jump was a period of time after the black hole disappeared, which far exceeded the reaction time of a high-tech spacecraft. If they appeared at the moment when the black hole appeared, like 02, it would be normal. But it was such a long time, and the jump point was in the middle of the solar system, and then it took 3 months to slowly drive over. Is their purpose really as simple as they said? Yesterday, a treasure gave a reward, and another treasure asked if there was a book friend group. Haha, I haven't seen a comment from my book friends for half a month. I guess no one will join the group if I set up a group. A few treasures stared at me, and I don't know what to say. In the end, it ended in silence. Hahaha. Let's wait a little longer and set up a group when there are more people and it's more lively. If you have anything to say, please leave me a comment, or it can help boost my popularity. There haven't been many comments recently. Recently, more people have collected my posts. There are still new people clicking in, and there are still people cancelling their posts. Anyway, I'm still happy. It snowed here today, with heavy snow. Did it snow over there too? I've been sick recently. Cough cough cough. I put on cotton pants today to welcome the new low temperature. Everyone should also keep warm. Maybe when it snows next year, I will have a reader group with many people chatting in it every day, praising me and urging me to update more. You can still have dreams. Try harder and harder. Chapter 718, recently received alien intelligent creatures. The brightly lit control room was as noisy as a vegetable market, with endless discussions about aliens. The people who saw the live broadcast of living aliens for the first time also couldn't hide their excitement, and started a big carnival. The live broadcast they saw was actually delayed. Starting from the contact between Xingqian and Apollo in space, whether it was the spacecraft entering the barrier or the aliens appearing, it was the information conveyed to the public by Lan Meng after confirming that the situation was stable. But the people hiding underground and watching the live broadcast didn't know, or even if they knew, they didn't care. Is the alien ship real? Are the aliens alive? The harmonious picture of Sen Fangyuan shaking hands with the aliens was pinned to the top of the official media, and anyone who could access the internet could see this historic moment at the first time. The subsequent scenes were not broadcast live, but edited into news clips. The words translated by Sen Fangyuan were muted directly. After all, too many unconfirmed and confidential news were not suitable for widespread dissemination. Everyone just needed to know that the result was good. But no matter what, the aliens really came. No matter how good a science fiction movie is, it can't compare to the real scene in front of us. The alien giant octopus and the Langsing people walked hand in hand on the red carpet. How harmonious and beautiful. Regardless of gender, age or status, the joyful mood was beyond words, and they began to celebrate spontaneously. Langsing was noisy like an ocean. Since the Grow War, such a strong and cheerful mood has not appeared for the first time. Even before the Chinese New Year, there were not so many people so happy. Although some people are cautious or even conspiracy theorizing, it does not affect the fact that the first close contact was peaceful and friendly. Countless posts about aliens and spacecrafts on the internet have become popular, and the hot search list is full of alien-related content. Among them, a post titled "Octopus, the creature close street to alien intelligence" has an amazing number of views, and was quickly pushed to the top. It was an animal science video from a long time ago. It was 10 minutes long and mainly popularized the science of octopuses, an uncommon aquatic mollusk. In addition to describing its basic characteristics, there are also special skills such as camouflage, regeneration of broken limbs, and compression and deformation of the body. The Langsing octopus has 3 hearts and 8 tentacles. Tentacles are full of neurons, which collect various pheromones and feed them back to the main brain. Perhaps because the whole body is a brain, octopuses are extremely smart. They were once used to predict football matches, and the accuracy rate was unexpectedly high. Its mouth is hidden just below its head, where the tentacles converge. It is the only hard part of its body. No matter how small the space is, as long as its mouth can pass through, its huge body will pass smoothly in a way that ordinary people cannot understand. The blood of octopuses is blue because it is rich in copper, which allows them to move more efficiently in an oxygen-deficient and cold environment. Then the animal evolution map was specifically mentioned. It was roughly explained that mammals have 7 cervical vertebrae, and although the other parts have different shapes, the number of bones is almost the same. Various studies have shown that despite species differences, mammals have the same ancestors. Genetic technology has also proved this point very well. Biologists have systematically studied and concluded that similar genetic structures lead to the same way of thinking in the brains of similar mammals. The body structures of octopuses, snails, butterflies, flies, shrimps, crabs, etc. are very different from those of mammals, and even completely unrelated, like 2 completely different branches in the evolutionary process. In terms of genetic origin, they should have evolved in different directions from the flatworm period, but in terms of neuronal structure, they seem to be a type of life form that was airdropped on the planet land by aliens. All the neurons of mammals are concentrated in the brain, while only 1/3 of the neurons of octopuses are in the brain, and the rest are distributed in the tentacles. Moreover, under the same volume, the neurons of octopuses are more than twice as many as those of cats, which are known for their agility. They can walk and think at the same time. During the walking process, what the tentacles touch and smell go directly into the brain. Even if the tentacles are separated from the body, the detached parts can still sense the surrounding light and camouflage. Its 8 tentacles are like 8 mini brains, constantly processing various information without affecting the main brain. People who have always only known about grilled squid and squid rings were shocked. I didn't expect the ingredients on the table to be so amazing. When thinking about the huge size of aliens, many netizens felt a sense of crisis and said all kinds of things. I didn't expect it. It turns out that scientists had predicted it to us a long time ago, but unfortunately we didn't pay attention. The octopus failed to rule over humans because it is too small, right? If it were bigger, it would probably dominate Langsing. Don't forget that Langsing has a large ocean area. Such a big octopus man must be very smart. What if he has bad intentions? We can't beat him, right? 1 hand and 1 brain. This octopus must be worth more than a dozen people. What do they eat? Fish. Not humans, right? They still have a ship in the sky. I guess even if the Langsing people are tied together, they may not have enough brains. If they really have bad intentions, we'd better lie down as soon as possible. The octopus man and the Langsing octopus can't have the same ancestor, right? Or did the Langsing octopus branch off from them, so they came to Langsing to trace their origins? If you want to lie down upstairs, lie down by yourself. We won't surrender. Didn't Grow come with great momentum at the beginning, but now you can't even see his hair. What, tracing back to the origin? The news said it was a friendly visit. Speaking of which, Grow's group of bugs are really ugly. In comparison, why are aliens so weird? We were not afraid of Grow's aggressive approach. Now that he is visiting us in a friendly way, what are you afraid of? You are so timid. The aliens we imagine are all based on our own characteristics, so they are all human shaped, with some filters. There is nothing we can do about it. Maybe the aliens think we are ugly. The group of insects that Grow had before were not in the mammal branch, right? I think I have thought of something incredible. Don't talk nonsense upstairs. When you fought Grow, you hid underground. You talk as if you went up to fight. What are you afraid of? Our mechas are here. No matter how smart the octopus is, can it fight against mechas? It's just a mollusk, nothing to be afraid of. Soon, the topic shifted to the group of mechas. Especially seeing Xingqian and Apollo always by the side of the octopus man, everyone was confident that, even if a fight really broke out, their mechas would definitely have the upper hand. Even if the octopus changes. Later, the topic has turned to, can such a big octopus still be eaten? Fortunately, the LAN Alliance did not let them know that the octopus man is a spiritual body, otherwise the public sentiment would not be so optimistic now. Lin Fan did not know about the excitement on the internet. GU gave her a lot of analysis. Although it was all speculation, it at least allowed her to prepare herself mentally. It was just that the LAN Alliance did not give an order, so they continued to follow the procedure of friendly visits. I hope that the other party is good, but I'm worried that they are pretending and have other intentions. Lin Fan knew that this idea was quite contradictory, but I just felt that their purpose was not as simple as they said. GU did not stand and chat all the time. After talking for a while, he went to patrol. When Lin Fan was alone, she stared at the spaceship, thinking about what GU said, and her heart was a little confused. She couldn't tell what she was thinking, but it was densely mixed in her heart, making people restless. In the dead of night, footsteps suddenly sounded behind her. This area was under martial law. Except for the Mecha people patrolling outside, no one was allowed to come out. How could anyone come here? Xingqian turned his head. 3 figures slowly emerged from the darkness and entered the light. The leader was energetic, with neatly smeared curly hair with hair oil and lips painted with lipstick. It was Mijao, who I hadn't seen for a few days. I accidentally saw the octopus when I was watching a video yesterday. There really is such a popular science, but I don't know the content inside. It's a coincidence. I set up the octopus as an alien for other reasons, but I didn't expect that it can regenerate, change color, and all these other things can be connected with my previous plot. It's an accident, so I specially popularized science in this chapter. Insects and mollusks do not belong to the same evolutionary line as mammals. Grow didn't know this when he wrote about insects. It was just a coincidence, and it's good that it turned out to be a good thing. Ha ha ha. Chapter 719. Using superpowers to shock. Mijao was dressed in formal attire this time, and she had changed her white sneakers into small leather shoes, the heels of her shoes making crisp sounds as they hit the ground. Teacher me. Lin Fan was surprised to see her here. Mijao stepped forward, touched Xingqian's arm with a smile, as if she was touching Lin Fan's arm, and said with a smile, "Oh, Minister Lin looks so handsome like this." Suddenly being praised, Lin Fan didn't know what to say, so he could only smile and turn his gaze to Wu Yusen, who was one step behind. There was another person behind him, who looked familiar, and should be someone from the Special Affairs Office. The other person felt her gaze, nodded to her, called Minister Lin, and went straight to the spaceship. Hey, Lin Fan wanted to stop her, but seeing that Wu Yusen and Mijao were both smiling, he thought that the person should have been assigned a mission, so he turned around and told the other person to be careful. When he turned around again, Mijao was already with her hands in her pockets, looking around him slowly. What's going on? Why did you come here suddenly? What is he doing? Lin Fan asked Wu Yusen like a machine gun. It's a temporary support mission. I'm responsible for bringing people here. Wu Yusen nodded his chin at the back of the figure walking towards the spaceship and explained. The higher-ups are afraid that there will be a situation on the ship, so they transferred a superpower to put a barrier on the ship. GU had mentioned this before. The risks of the spaceship itself include, but are not limited to, the leakage of unidentified objects, and there may be more than 3 aliens on the ship. It is also for this reason that they, the Mechas, have to keep an eye on the hull. When they took the octopus man out in the afternoon, all the armored vehicles around were staring at this place and dared not relax. But there are always limits to manpower. Hasn't Xingqian's eyes left the spaceship now? It's just that Yu Feng and others are still watching around, so it's not a big problem to leave his site for a while. For insurance and to reduce the burden on the Mechas, ZHU Kunjin specially transferred a superpower with the barrier magic tool given by Kaiensu to protect the spaceship. In this way, once there is a situation, the barrier can be restrained in the first time, and it can also give people outside enough time to react. Is he okay? Lin Fan was a little worried. The psychic also fights in the flesh. If something happens without the barrier, he must be the most dangerous person. It's okay. Kuan Yingdan gave him a bag of defense charms. It's enough. Look, he has used it. As he spoke, a faint light flashed outside the man's figure, and it was as if nothing had happened. Lin Fan, who had seen it before, knew that it was the effect of the defense charm. He breathed a sigh of relief and thought of Mijao again. What about Teacher Mi? Looking around, he didn't see Mijao. When he turned his head, he saw someone staring at him from behind, thinking about something. Because there are 3 octopus people, they are afraid that, if there is a conflict, there will be only you and Apollo, leaving a vacancy, so the director asked Teacher Mi to come out to help. By the way, with Teacher Mi in charge, the plane can be more stable. It was still Wu Yusen who explained. Lin Fan suddenly remembered the trick that Mijao had shown her before, and she agreed deeply. In terms of strength, Mijao should be the most powerful psychic besides the 3 top bosses she knew. Compared to the unconscious Mr. Kaien, the careless Lezingyuan King, and the missing Kaiensu Lord, the retired old lady who looks gentle, but is actually strict, is the most suitable candidate that ZHU Kunjin can find. And the fact that she took the trouble to appear here in the middle of the night is the best proof. And there is another idea vaguely on the top. Wu Yusen said again, in terms of technology, we are definitely not as good as the other party. I don't know how long you and Anjin can hold up the face. The superpowers may be 2 things that run in opposite directions with their technological energy bodies, but they can have a deterrent effect. Lin Fan nodded. It's a multi-pronged approach. It's always good to make the other party more afraid. But how do you judge that they will have concerns about superpowers? I think it's quite mysterious that they can read thoughts just by contact. Isn't that more like a superpower method? She asked. From the perspective of historical development, technology and superpowers cannot develop at the same time. If one side is strong, the other side will inevitably be weak. It's like a seesaw, a relationship of checks and balances. Mijao probably finished reading it and walked back to the front to reply. There is also a historical perspective. Lin Fan didn't know where all the history she had learned before was thrown away, but she felt that there shouldn't be any description of this aspect. It's not obvious in domestic history. You know about the witch-killing movement in the Middle Ages, right? John Woo continued. I've heard of it, but I haven't learned about it in detail. Lin Fan's stereotype of wizards is that they are evil people riding brooms. Later, because of the popular movie, this changed. Not all of them are evil, but they all ride brooms. John Woo nodded. Then you should know that during that period, technology was almost non-existent. Lin Fan rolled his eyes desperately to recall. In the early days of society, it seemed that technology was not developed anywhere. That's not the case. Our ancestors of the same period had already made many inventions. John Woo listed them one by one. The development of science and technology will promote the stable development of society, while the development of superpowers, magic, and faith usually causes unrest. Mijao glanced at John Woo and said nothing. Isn't it because of the power struggle? Lin Fan asked. Yes, but not entirely. When special skills such as superpowers and magic can only be mastered by a few people, it is easy for power to emerge. The class differences between people will widen, and desires will increase. Compared with the period of scientific development, the situation where everyone is relatively equal is more prone to unrest. Scientific development can benefit people and narrow the gap between different classes. But superpowers, magic, and faith will not. Where there is oppression, there is easy resistance. Some things are destined. Although Lin Fan did not understand it very well, he roughly understood it. So they can share the spiritual world, which is a typical representative of the development of science and technology to a very high level. I don't know about this. Wu Yusen shook his head. Anyway, based on the facts we have, when superpowers or magic can achieve a certain purpose, it naturally limits the technological means that can achieve the same purpose. Similarly, if technology can do something, the development of magic or superpowers will become weaker. After all, if one method can achieve it, who would bother to do other things? Lighters or matches can easily start a fire, so who would study magic to start a fire? If everyone can fly on a broom, naturally no one would study vehicles such as cars and airplanes. Technology has developed rapidly in recent years, and it is a fact that our supernatural power is weak. Mijio interrupted. I don't know how much of the Western magic system is left. It is estimated that it has been almost destroyed by their technology, and our heritage has been patched up and barely held on to the present. But now it's good. The energy is back. That's not right. Lin Fan nodded and shook his head. Isn't the world tree a product of technology? But it can increase energy. Isn't this a conflict? No conflict. John Wu replied. The energy of the world tree is to increase the density of supernatural power replenishment inside the space, because in essence, the world tree and the ancestors of the Langsing people are the origin. It itself is a biological server, with all kinds of scientific and technological knowledge stored inside. It's like you are a human and a mecha, although it is hard for us to imagine before we see it, but in fact there is no conflict. Lin Fan was a little confused, feeling that he understood and didn't understand. And the world tree was left by Nuwa. According to what Nuchao said, the people she left on Langsing were all experimental species, but the world tree, the living water, and the shuttle should be mature technological products. In theory, the existing superpowers on Langsing should be something at the level of Nuwa's technology. We should not separate technology from superpowers, because our superpowers may be part of Nuwa's experiment. In actual development, the mutual suppression of technology and superpower development is just a different process of the same result. It's just a faster way of development. To choose one of the two, it would have been better if she didn't say it. After she finished speaking, Lin Fan was even more confused. Anyway, the octopus people have such advanced technology, so theoretically they shouldn't develop superpowers, right? She simply stopped torturing herself and picked the key points to pull herself out of the muddy quagmire of chaotic thoughts. Yes, that's our current judgment. John Woo pushed his glasses up with a smile. Their current friendliness is most likely due to their fear of the world tree barrier, which means that the octopus people's technology is lower than Nuwa's technology. The coexistence of technology and superpowers should be a higher dimensional technological level. As for whether there are superpowers in their technological system, I'll have to trouble teacher me to verify it. Mijio crossed her arms and smiled. Chapter 720. The first alien meeting. The addition of an old lady to the reception group seemed unremarkable. At least the three octopus people didn't say anything. One night wasn't enough time, but it was enough to make some changes. For example, the flatbed truck that was temporarily deployed yesterday was covered with decorations when it appeared again, and thick carpets and mats were laid on the flatbed, turning it into a slightly weird float. Lin Fan guessed that they had dismantled these decorations from some wedding agency and assembled them on the car in a vulgar and elegant way, which normal people couldn't bear to watch. But the octopus people seemed very happy about it and asked several questions about the glittering and sincere new means of transportation. When the three big octopuses got on and the car started, the rotating windmills and flashing lanterns, plus the huge octopus in the car, really looked like a float parade. Fortunately, the landing point was chosen in the South Island, where it was spring all year round, so it didn't matter if it was a convertible. if it was chosen in the north. Lin Fan was not sure if this convertible would freeze into ice on the road with the live octopus. The specially prepared meeting place was not far from the landing point. The door opening, that was enlarged overnight, and the large sofa seats all showed the speed of country H. It didn't seem to be much different from the seminar that Lin Fan had seen when he accompanied the old man to visit P. The comfortable sofas in the spacious room were arranged in a circle. On one side was an enlarged sofa specially set up for the octopus man, and on the other side were the normal seats for the Lansing reception group. The huge screen was at the top of the conference room, playing a welcome animation. Xingchen and Apollo followed the octopus man closely. After everyone sat down, Xingchen took 2 steps forward and stood behind ours and leaned towards Sen Fangyun. Apollo stood between AE and Ibutu, leaning towards AE. 4 members of the bionic armor team stood on both sides of the conference room door to guard the only entrance and exit, and the remaining 5 stood behind the reception group. Old Lady Mijao sat at the end of the reception group, facing Ibutu. Sen Fangyun sat in the main seat, holding Ars's tentacles all the way without letting go. After sitting down, they soon began a cordial and friendly formal exchange. After returning yesterday, he received the latest appointment from Lan Meng and temporarily became the head of the Department of External Affairs. This external is no longer a foreign country in the previous concept, but an alien planet. Lan Meng has been established for so long, although there are still quarrels every day, but the model has become stable. Although each country still exists, the concept of the field has been gradually weakened from an administrative perspective due to various subjective and objective reasons, so the Department of External Affairs was almost abandoned for a time, but now it has a new home. When the 2 forces communicate, there is always a lot of nonsense. The difference is that after Sen Fangyun finished speaking, there was always a period of silence, and then he repeated Ars's words again, like a one-man show. After the greetings, Sen Fangyun began to introduce the history of Lansing to the 3 octopus people who came from afar. The octopus people held hands and listened quietly, and Ars asked questions from time to time, like a very good listener. If it weren't for the special guests, Lin Fan would want to doze off during this boring conversation. I don't know if it was because of the time buffer, or maybe it was because of the other party's friendly attitude, that the big octopus, that looked particularly disgusting the day before now didn't seem so creepy. When Lin Fan was extremely bored, he even stared at the pattern on the back of Ars's head. At a glance, they were all the same, but at a closer look, they were all different. After watching for a while, Lin Fan still felt a little dizzy, so he shifted his gaze to the smooth tentacles that were shaking hands with Sen Fangyun. Unfortunately, when in the octopus state, the bright lines and stars in the energy body could not be seen, and it was unknown whether Sen Fangyun's words were transmitted along the route of yesterday. Lin Fan was bored and could only try to concentrate and listen to what Sen Fangyun said again. The history of Lansing. Lansing people have learned it. Although Lin Fan has been away from school for many years and has almost returned everything he has learned to the teacher, he still has a general idea of it. So at first he was not interested in what Sen Fangyun said. But as he listened, he heard something wrong. Sen Fangyun's words were 70% true and 30% false, with truth and lies mixed together. At first, Lin Fan suspected that he had not studied history well, or had remembered it wrongly. After several times, he was sure that he did it on purpose. After thinking about it, the reason was very clear. He wanted to let the octopus know the situation of Lansing, but he couldn't reveal the bottom line completely. After all, it seemed that Lansing was the weaker party at present. Since they couldn't confirm the truth of what the octopus said, the octopus should also be unable to confirm whether what they said was true or false. Objective technological reality cannot be changed, but it is always okay to mix some nonsense into history to package Lansing, which is not strong, to be stronger, right? Not only did the Lansing people not hear it, but the non-H country participants listened to it, without showing it on their faces, but secretly complained in their hearts. This H country man is too good at making up stories, mixing all kinds of myths and strange stories, wild history and gossip, and making it sound like a real story. If everyone was not born and raised in Lansing, and could hear some familiar fragments in the middle, they would have thought he was talking about the history of other planets. Lin Fan also thought it was amazing. Seeing Sen Fangyuan smiling and talking non-stop, he suddenly wanted to learn the art of speaking from him. The 3 octopus people from Octopus Planet have been listening quietly, and from time to time they would look at the content displayed on the big screen. Ars, on behalf of them, asked questions. Most of their questions were related to mythology, and they did not seem to be very interested in the normal historical process and technological development. Sen Fangyuan, however, grasped the degree very well, speaking clearly but with reservations, which could arouse the interest of the octopus people and make them feel a little afraid. It seems that they are not interested in our history and technology, but are interested in stories. The people of Lanmeng had been staring at the live broadcast of the meeting, and finally confirmed it when the octopus people asked questions about mythology again. I should think that those are all true. The War of the Gods, the conferred god ceremony, I believe them all. Someone clapped his hands, but it's good this way. Living things will always be more cautious about unknown things. The more they don't know, the more they will be cautious. No matter what the original intention is, it's always good for us. It is a fact that Langsing's technology is weak. Even if there are mechas that far exceed the local technology level, the overall level is there. As long as the octopus people are not mentally retarded, they will soon be able to detect the true technological level of Langsing. Will their purpose still be a peaceful and friendly visit at that time? That's hard to say. So they paint a bigger pie and fool people with true and false. To put it bluntly, if you say that he is playing tricks and telling lies, the octopus people who have only known spiritual sharing will probably call the man in front of them ancestor. They probably have never thought that there is such a way of communication. Everyone agreed with the speaker's point of view and continued to pay attention to the big screen. The person in charge of Party H winked at his subordinates. After a while, ZHU Kunjin received an order to mobilize as many combat personnel as possible. All the combatants of the Special Affairs Office have been scattered all over the country to guard the barrier. Now they are suddenly withdrawn. It is not something that can be solved with just 1 or 2 words. ZHU Kunjin was so overwhelmed that he did not care about the live broadcast of the meeting. He asked the technician next to him to open the duty dispatch table for this time to see how to squeeze out some mobile personnel. It would be great if there were more people with superpowers. He sighed in his heart. In the conference room, of course, it was not Sen Fangyuan who was always talking. He would also take the opportunity to ask about the relevant information of the octopus people. Regardless of whether it is true or false, Langsing has also obtained a lot of fresh first-hand information. For example, the octopus people have no gender distinction, no male or female. For example, the reproduction of the octopus people is spiritual reproduction. In a specific breeding chamber, the global spirit gathers here and infuses a newborn. Perhaps it is some kind of conservation law. On the planet, the birth of every newborn will be accompanied by the death of an octopus person. Newborns can share with the global spirit after birth. So although the body is not mature, the brain will soon be able to carry enough information and become mature. In a sense, there is not much difference between such newborns and dead mature orcs, except for the young bodies and immature ways of thinking. Therefore, the reproduction rate of the orcs is very low, more to maintain population stability. After the death of the orcs, unify the time and create newborns. Lin Fan had never heard of such a thing, and his focused thoughts finally came back. Sen Fangyuan took the opportunity to ask about their lifespans, and took the initiative to inform them of the average lifespan of the Langsing people. Ours hesitated for a moment before speaking. Our way of timekeeping is different from yours. According to your time, the orcs can usually live for 900 to 1000 years. Chapter 721, Planet October. The time of Langsing is closely related to its rotation and revolution. Octopus is not in the Milky Way. Although there are stars there, they are far away from Octopus. The rotation speed of Octopus is much slower than that of Langsing, so the way of calculating time is completely different from that of Langsing. Ours roughly converted it according to the Langsing time standard, and unified the time difference between the two sides. Although it is known that alien creatures will bring many surprises, such a long lifespan still surprised everyone, even though it was an approximate conversion value. Lin Fan immediately thought of Master Kai and Su. The big demon who likes to transform into a black cat has also lived for more than 1,000 years, but that was a real day and night on Langsing. I don't know if it's my subjective mentality, but at this time, she feels that Master Kaiensu, who is usually not seen with cats, is much more powerful than these cold-blooded octopus people. Maybe cats eat fish? Hey, giant octopuses are also fish. Oh, Master Kaiensu will also grow bigger. Lin Fan suddenly had an idea in his mind and thought of the prototype of the black cat. That guy could swallow Gro's big spaceship whole, so if these octopuses do something bad, it should be no problem, right? The big stone that weighed on his heart seemed to be kicked away suddenly, and his uneasy mood became relaxed, and his body was no longer tense as before. Xingqian's heartbeat suddenly slowed down, which attracted the attention of Lan Meng, but seeing that other related data were stable and there were no special changes at the scene, they thought that it was the ups and downs of emotions caused by hearing about the matter on the planet Octopus. After asking quietly, Lin Fan made a small gesture of nothing happened. Apollo seemed to have sensed it, and turned his head slightly towards Xingqian without leaving a trace, and then turned back quickly. It looked like a normal environmental inspection, and it was not eye-catching. However, Mijao, who had been staring at Ibuta with her peripheral vision, found that the octopus man opposite her suddenly turned his head towards Sen Fangyuan, who was speaking in the main seat. Only Sen Fangyuan was talking at the meeting. Among the 3 octopus people, except for ours, who would look at Sen Fangyuan for a long time and maintain basic communication etiquette, the other 2 octopus people were basically attracted by the colorful video images on the big screen. Occasionally, they looked at Sen Fangyuan, who was in the main seat, when he was talking about the myths and legends of Langsing. But this time, Mijao found that Ibuta turned his head when Sen Fangyuan was repeating Oz's words. This subtle difference immediately made Mijao alert. She smiled and turned her head, and her eyes swept across Ibuta's big head without leaving any trace. It was difficult to tell the angle when the head covered with spots turned, and the eyes were small, so Mijao couldn't see it clearly, but she just had a hunch. It was looking at Xingqian. Xingqian stood quietly behind ours, with the waist below covered by the huge head of the octopus, and it seemed that there was nothing wrong. Mijao's headphones were not on the same channel as the Mecha man. She didn't hear Lan Meng's question, nor did she see Xingqian's actions, so she felt puzzled by Ibuta's actions. Although it quickly turned its head back, it continued to watch the big screen with relish, as if nothing had happened. Mijao squinted her eyes, silently memorized this episode in her heart, and smiled like an ordinary companion, smiling at the 3 octopuses opposite. Octopus is a Mercury planet. Unlike Mercury in the Milky Way, 93% of its surface area is covered by water, and only a very small part is land. Because the light time is too short, the temperature of Octopus is generally cold, the humidity is relatively high, and most of the time it is in a low light period. The people of Octopus, that is, the octopus people, survive and evolve in the water environment, and are very adapted to, and like such a low temperature environment. The water world also has its own independent ecosystem. It should be said that every planet with life has evolved after tens of billions of years of evolution and has formed a unique ecosystem that adapts to its own development. I don't know when the little octopuses evolved wisdom, had their own thoughts, and began to stand at the top of the food chain, just like the humans on Langsing. In the long river of time that followed, their thoughts and spirits evolved further. Technology developed rapidly, fortresses were built underwater, a spiritual realm shared by the world was formed, and finally a unique octopus culture was formed. After a long time, the octopus people began to feel bored after almost 100% exploration of their planet, so groups of people went into the universe to explore and bring the latest information and development to Octopus. So, your planet has more than one ship traveling outside? You drifted so far in space. Can you still keep in touch with our planet? How do you do it? Sen Fangyuan asked with a smile, but he didn't dare to relax at all. Yes, we have sent out 7 exploration ships in total, 2 of which have returned to the port. The other 5 are still sailing, and we are one of them. If we are exploring unknown routes, we will drop the signal connector every few miles. We will drop a satellite in space, or install a signal base station on a planet, depending on the situation. If we establish friendly relations with other planets and establish channels, we will also use the communication system of the friendly planet to connect with our planet, either a base station or a satellite, so that we can save the trouble of installing our own signal devices. Then after we establish friendly relations, can you get in touch with Octopus through Langsing's satellite? Sen Fangyuan's heart was beating like a drum when he asked this question. If the Octopus people can really contact their planet directly from Langsing, it will feel like the farthest distance will become just a stone's throw away. When Langsing has no ability to protect itself, it is really a very dangerous thing. Unfortunately, this cannot be achieved for the time being. Ars's answer made everyone who was worried breathe a sigh of relief. We went too far this time, and the signal device has been deployed long ago. The satellite of Langsing is too far away from the last satellite we placed, so at present, we are temporarily disconnected from our planet. We have to wait until the next time we pass by to lay the signal channel to establish contact, but in fact we are not sure when this time will be. It also specifically explained why the time could not be determined. Although they are exploring space without a purpose, the planets they usually establish friendly contact with are either nearby or have strength requirements. But if Langsing does not have too obvious strength output and the distance is too far, the exploration ship will just pass by and will add everything about Langsing as a curiosity to the archives of our planet when it returns. The energy consumed by coming again to establish a channel is not proportional to the return. Sen Fangyuan said regretfully, it's a pity, but in his heart he slapped his hands and said it was great. Before Langsing's technological strength has developed, it is better not to contact these unknown aliens. It's better to make trouble. It's best. These octopus people are really like they said, just passing by a strange planet. Come and take a look. After reading, I found that there was nothing that could arouse their interest, and they didn't miss it after leaving. Of course, it would be better if they could leave something that could help land crossing under the friendly relationship. But is it possible? Sen Fangyuan continued to talk while thinking in his mind. Why think so much? Just do it. There are actually foreshadowings buried in the previous chapters, but I wrote it very obscurely. I don't know if there are any treasures that can be discovered. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 722, the 7th level of civilization in the universe. Later, the two sides communicated for a long time. Octopus people don't need to eat or rest. After Sen Fangyuan tried, he cancelled the original lunch and rest time and implemented Plan B, the Mecha people's parade performance. All the participants were fully prepared and had a full meal before departure, so although it was a bit hard to sit for a long time, there was no physical loss. The Mecha people's performance was outside the conference room. Several people in the reception group took the opportunity to take a walk and took the time to go to the bathroom. Sen Fangyuan held Al's hand all the time and didn't even go to the bathroom. Lin Fan saw that he drank water for a whole morning, but he didn't feel the urge to urinate at all and basically confirmed that he was wearing diapers. But this is not a big deal. The pilots of bionic armor will wear diapers when they get on the plane. After all, during the mission, no one can say that they will run out to relieve themselves, especially in this special situation. If she and Antonio were not biological armors, most of their body energy would be provided to the Mecha, and there would not be too much excretion demand. She would also need to wear diapers. The octopus people didn't say much after watching the parade-like performance of the bionic armor team. They didn't seem to understand the significance of such a performance and only regarded it as another way to welcome them and please them. Lin Fan was excited when he saw the neat and uniform performance of the team. Seeing the indifferent look of the octopus people, he cursed in his heart that it was a waste of time and didn't know how to appreciate it. Just after cursing, Al suddenly asked about the Mecha. Sen Fangyuan hadn't talked about the history of Langsing yet, but since the other party asked, he naturally had to answer. The Lineman technician kept giving him prompts in the headset so that he could answer the various questions raised by owls. Everyone was wondering, aren't these people not interested in Langsing technology? Why did they suddenly ask about the situation of the Mecha people? Although the bionic armor is already one of the representative works of Langsing's highest technology, there is no intention to belittle itself. To be honest, compared with the spaceship of the octopus people, it is the difference between a bicycle and an aircraft carrier. Would the aliens who came on an aircraft carrier really be interested in the structure of a bicycle? Sure enough, after a few questions and a clear understanding of the principle, Ars turned his voice to the two bio-armored men who had been standing behind them. Sen Fangyuan's heart skipped a beat, and he felt helpless, that it was just as expected. The big stone hanging in his heart fell to the ground with a clang. Mi Jiao had reported the abnormality of Ibutu to ZHU Kunjin when she was convenient before. As soon as this matter was reported to the Lineman table, the octopus man asked about the two Mecha men. If it was a coincidence, Ovi could eat the table. So they are here for a Parloan Xingqian? Ovi pounded his fist on the table and said viciously. Compared to a friendly visit, this reason is actually more tenable. H. Fang also frowned. The technological progress of Octopus is obviously much higher than that of Langsing. Relatively speaking, the technology of Mecha men is indeed more likely to attract the attention of Octopus men, who are also high-tech civilizations. A Langsing scholar once concluded the 7-level civilization theory of the universe, which divides the civilization levels by different levels of control over energy. The lowest level of civilization is the mother planet civilization, which can develop and utilize all the resources and energy on the planet, and fully become the master of the planet. Master and control the changes in various natural phenomena and material phenomena such as weather, ocean currents, and crust on the planet. From macro to micro, including but not limited to various changes and operations such as gene editing. Langsing has just escaped the bondage of gravity and entered space development. Gene exploration has just started. This progress is conservatively said to be around 60%, not even qualified for the first level civilization. The second level of civilization in the universe is called stellar civilization. As the name suggests, it develops around stars. As the only star in the solar system, the sun is naturally the main body of this civilization level. That is, headed by the sun, the energy development and conversion of the various planets, satellites, comets, and other star system planets around it. Simply put, it is to make full use of the energy of each planet, develop effectively and rapidly, and mankind will no longer face energy crisis. At this stage, space technology should be well developed, and spacecraft can operate between various planets and establish energy channels. At the same time, manned aviation should be very mature. At the end of the stellar civilization, manned spacecraft should begin to explore other stars. The third level civilization is the galactic civilization. It is similar to the development model of the second level civilization, except that this time the target is expanded from the solar system to the Milky Way. Humans can freely develop and use all the energy in the Milky Way, and travel and live freely at a distance of tens of thousands of light years. Visiting a planet in the Milky Way is as convenient as going out and taking the subway. At this stage, human life expectancy should be much longer. Although death is inevitable, longevity will bring more changes. The fourth level civilization, interstellar civilization, is also the beginning of cosmic civilization. At this stage, it should be possible to develop more than 60% to 70% of the energy in the universe, sense and explore the coordinates of other galaxies in the universe, and communicate with each other civilization in some way. At this level, the limitations of time and space will be broken and become controllable weapons. At this stage, plundering due to the demand for resources will cause interstellar wars, which can easily destroy galactic civilizations. Because the dimensionality reduction attack caused by the difference in civilization levels is devastating, just like what Gro did to Langsing before. If there were no mechas on Langsing, that were beyond the first level civilization, and the ugly woman and the superpower boss were not there, there would not be a dreg left on Langsing now. The octopus people should also be at this level of civilization. They can use space jumps, compress space, and explore and travel in the universe, at least not lower than the third level civilization. The 4th level civilization has reached the bottleneck stage of civilization development, because its scope is the entire universe, and it is impossible to exceed and cross the edge of the universe. The 5th level civilization, the dimensional civilization, is also called the multi-dimensional space conversion civilization. At this stage, the subject can freely convert between various galaxies and celestial bodies and use different latitudes to create the resources it needs. The biggest feature of this level is that it can create life. It can transfer a planet to an area suitable for survival near a star, and create a habitable environment such as land, ocean, and atmosphere that is conducive to the development of life. At this stage, the development of material civilization has reached its limit and gradually entered the spiritual level. Aggression and war disappear, low-level civilizations are preserved, and the purpose of the dimensional civilization is to explore other multiverses. The spirit body and peaceful state of the octopus man are a bit like the 5th level civilization, but their abilities are obviously not there yet. When Nuwa first came to Langsing, she created many sons of gods, including Chao, which conforms to the characteristics of creating life. In addition to the world tree she left behind, the spiritual power rich in the barrier also reflects the characteristics of being conducive to development. Nuwa came to Langsing and left behind the sons of gods in the technology tree to guide the evolution of the natives of Langsing. There is also Nchao who can protect Langsing after 1,000 years, which is also to create a livable environment. Therefore, Nuwa should at least be at the level above the 5th level of civilization, or higher. The classification of civilizations still needs to be mentioned, otherwise it will be troublesome to explain later, so I will just explain it here. Why do the people of Lanmeng want to use Nchao to suppress the octopus? Because they feel that the two do not belong to the same civilization. High-level civilizations suppress low-level ones, so they bet on this possibility. Chapter 723, Countermeasures. When it comes to level 6 civilization, it is the parallel universe civilization that is often heard in science fiction. Although the parallel universe usually refers to the possibility that there are other universes similar to the current universe system in addition to the universe in our daily concept. But this is a civilization based on theory. Theoretically, there may be infinite or finite different universes, which contain various possible spaces, times, materials, and laws, etc. These different universes are collectively called multiverses, and each different universe in the multiverse is called a parallel universe. For example, the world you are in exists in a universe, and in a time, place, or dimension that you don't know. There are different you. And these different you are in their own different universes, and because of different environments and choices, they develop different lives. The concept of parallel universe is usually used more in science fiction dramas and time travel novels. It has a certain cause and effect relationship. When the physical laws in the universe can be thoroughly mastered and applied, it is easy to travel through various distances and dimensions, and even travel through different universes. The life in this civilization is no longer just a material existence. Their bodies may also be in an energy state, like the octopus man, which can be converted to each other. In this way, when they travel between different universes, their bodies can freely adapt to the differences brought by various environments and dimensions. At this time, people may no longer be simple people, but as rules themselves, they are closer to the existence of God, and can basically be regarded as omnipotent. Because the body is an existence of energy, they can freely travel between various dimensions, change the past and the future at will, and create a certain sense of immortality. And the ultimate civilization, the creator civilization. This is a very conceptual civilization concept, involving where the source of the universe comes from. In this level of civilization, the creator is everywhere but nowhere to be found. They are like gods. They can think, observe various life forms, and even participate in evolution. It is the pinnacle of theoretical civilization, but no one can be sure whether this civilization really exists. The above 7 civilization levels are the imagination of the Langsing people about future technology, and they cannot be used as standards. But at present, when we know nothing about cosmic technology, it is not without a means of judgment. At least the technological strength of these alien visitors who can easily achieve space jumps is undoubtedly much greater than that of Langsing technology, and they have opened up a very large chasm-like gap. After the Grow War, a special scholar published a summary report on Grow's technological progress, which specifically pointed out Grow's civilization progress, which should be a level 4 civilization with serious resource plunder. Country H did not reveal much about Nua, but privately studied it in detail according to the classification, and even asked Nuchao. After being scolded, he did not get an answer, because the knowledge left by Nua did not explain this. So everyone can only position Nua as a level 5 civilization or above, and it is still unknown whether it has reached the level of transcending the cosmic barrier. Many of the performances of the octopus people can be found in various high-level civilizations, but according to what Oz said, their actual behavior is more in line with the level 4 civilization. It is still unknown who is stronger between them and Grow, but the characteristic of the level 4 civilization is plunder. It is normal for Grow to fight for Langsing energy without saying a word, but the friendliness shown by the octopus people makes everyone confused and vigilant. In such a large cosmic civilization, are all planets bound to develop into invaders? That may not be the case. Just like on Langsing, no matter how powerful H country is, it has never thought of invading others, while P country and its ilk are just the opposite, typical, always stirring up trouble in the name of justice. This is also related to the nature of the ethnic group. Similarly, in the universe, not every planet is extremely aggressive, and there must be peace-loving aliens. But being able to survive well in the interstellar war and explore everywhere, the combat effectiveness of the octopus people is obviously not too weak, otherwise they would have been swallowed up by other forces in interstellar exchanges. So whether they are really friendly or fake friendly, their strength is unquestionable. Such a strong strength is now in front of Langsing, which is a huge threat. No matter when, strength is the hard truth. Only with strong strength can you be unscrupulous in exchanges. At worst, just fight and see who has the harder fist. Unlike now, when Sen Fangyuan made up lies, his heart was empty. Now Langsing has to pretend to be not easy to be bullied. In this way, no matter whether the visit of these octopus people is a test or not, they dare not act rashly. Originally, when they didn't know that the octopus people belonged to the 4th level civilization, the Lan Alliance planned to use the superpowers that they might never have encountered to fool people. So when Sen Fangyuan was telling the history of Langsing, he interspersed a lot of mythological stories to introduce the special existence of superpowers, hoping to make the octopus people have the illusion that everyone on Langsing has superpowers. It's like many foreigners think that the H countrymen all know kung fu and are not easy to mess with. But with Oz's statement, their technological level was basically determined. After an urgent discussion, the Lan Alliance felt that just using myths and superpowers to fool people seemed to be unable to suppress the strength of more than 2 civilizations. After all, the scarcity of superpowers is the embarrassing situation of Langsing. They have to deal with not only the 3 octopus people in front of them, but also the ship next to the moon, and even a planet. The H party made a prompt decision, and asked Sen Fangyuan to reveal the situation of Nua, hoping to use the banner of the ancestors to bully others. After all, no matter what the real standard of civilization classification is, Noah drove a spaceship to Langsing 5,000 years ago, and created sons of gods with various superpowers. Her civilization progress must be far ahead of the octopus people who are still exploring the stars. Intelligent creatures will weigh the pros and cons. Even if they really have bad intentions, after knowing that Langsing has a civilization higher than their own, theoretically speaking, they should not easily take risks. Of course, it's just theory. In reality, no one has really come into contact with these alien creatures, and they have to adapt to the situation. In the gap between the Mecha's parade performance, Sen Fangyuan has received new instructions. He quickly weaved lies in his mind, thinking about where to insert these contents, so that they would not appear abrupt, and could attract the attention of the octopus man. Before he could implement it, the octopus man had already deviated from the direction he guided. Xingqian and Apollo are undoubtedly related to alien technology. Seeing that they can fly freely in space, you can know that they should be the product of a civilization beyond the first level, maybe a second level civilization, or maybe a third level civilization. But no one knows which level of civilization they belong to. Now that the octopus man suddenly paid attention to the two of them, those who were quick-witted realized that the Mecha man's technological level might be higher than they thought. Because a person cannot be interested in something that is too far from his own level. The octopus people, who are positioned as a fourth level civilization, should not show interest in technological products below the fourth level civilization, just like they did not pay attention to the technological progress of Langsing before. But now, after watching the Mecha performance and understanding the technology of low-level civilizations, they began to ask about the stars that look similar. Either the Mecha man's technology is very close to the octopus man's technology level, or the Mecha man's technology is higher than the octopus man, and they don't understand it, so they are curious. No matter which one, the octopus man discovered that one of their strongest weapons, biological armor, far exceeds the technology of Langsing. Chapter 724 Opposition. The situation of Xingqian and Apollo cannot be discussed, but it cannot be avoided. But if he really wants to talk about it, he doesn't know how to say it. Sen Fangyuan, who was talking non-stop just now, was stunned for a moment, and the technicians of Lianmeng in the headset didn't know how to support. H country and P country have studied for a long time, but they still don't know what's going on with these two mechas. They only know that they are very strong, and they are stronger than the local technology of Langsing. But H country has some clues about the specific situation, because Lin Fan's evolution has been divided into several times, and they have seen most of the process and guessed it. But how Apollo appeared, P country still has no idea. So far, they have only tested the various data of the mechas, and because of the limitation of the equipment, many values have not reached the actual upper limit. So how to explain this situation to the aliens? Say that they know nothing? Doesn't that prove that these two strongest combat forces have nothing to do with Langsing's strength, which is equivalent to directly weakening Langsing's already weak strength? Don't say. In an instant, Sen Fangyuan thought of countless possibilities in his mind, but none of them could be used. The usually smooth-talking man suddenly got stuck on the spot, and his heartbeat began to accelerate. Obviously, the bionic armor and biological armor are not much different in appearance. How could these octopus people suddenly distinguish between the two? The appearance of the bionic armor, which has been improved several times, has undergone many changes. It is no longer an enlarged version of Xingqian, but the appearance of this batch of them is still designed with reference to Xingqian, so even if it has been changed, it looks like a different model of the same series. The Langsing people who are brushing the data of each Mecha man on the internet every day have never noticed that there are two unique existences among these Mecha men. Professional quality allows Sen Fangyuan to quickly sort out his mood and organize his words. These two are the strongest among the Langsing Mecha men. In order to protect the safety of the three gentlemen on Langsing, we specially let them guard the three gentlemen. He said nice words first, pretending not to understand, and never revealing his true colors until the last moment. Sen Fangyuan smiled innocently, but he was always thinking about how to cheat this level. Ours did not say anything after listening, and silence began to spread. Just when Sen Fangyuan thought he should say something to break the deadlock, Xingqian suddenly jumped up. Who had been quiet and motionless, stretched out a long tentacle from behind to touch Xingqian's feet. Xingqian had been staring at us, and didn't notice A next to him, not to mention that it was at his feet, which was easy to ignore. Apollo noticed it first, and just as he was about to move, Xingqian also noticed it, and quickly jumped up and backed away. In theory, with the speed of the biological armor, nothing could easily catch up with them. The others didn't realize what was happening at all. In such a flash, Xingqian's feet were still touched by AE, although only for a moment. Lin Fan didn't have time to feel sick, and her heart was filled with surprise. Then her body defense was passively activated, her hands clenched, and the two swords on her arm guards were about to be unsheathed. But she still remembered what the occasion was. The octopus man was an important guest, and the order had not been issued yet, so she couldn't break the balance. So she quickly put her hands behind her back, and the moment she landed, the tip of the unsheathed sword was also blocked behind Xingqian's huge body. The octopus man and Sen Fangyuan in front of her naturally didn't see it. But Mi Jiao, who was standing behind, saw it. Her eyebrows jumped, the corners of her mouth pressed down, and her hands were placed behind her. Apollo heard the sound of a sharp weapon being unsheathed and guessed what had happened. A's tentacles had been retracted, but he did not dare to take his eyes off the 3 octopus men in front of him. He just took a step back and stood shoulder to shoulder with Xingqian. Although he did not hold a weapon, his body was tense. The people in front of the screen had no idea what had happened, and they could only see it clearly after the replay. He immediately warned the 2 mecha men to calm down, stay steady, and not act arbitrarily. Sen Fangyuan, who learned the truth from the headset, broke into a cold sweat. He was still holding Oz's hand, standing with the octopus man, standing opposite Xingqian and the others. The octopus men have always behaved very politely. A's touch was already a serious violation in terms of diplomatic etiquette. But could he start to criticize? Of course not to mention that it was hard to say whether the aliens would recognize the so-called diplomatic etiquette. Sen Fangyuan pretended to know nothing and continued to laugh with a pounding heart. What's going on? Haha, our elite guards probably want to show you their abilities and reassure you. No. Ours, who had always been easy to talk to, suddenly refuted strongly. She's different. Why? Sen Fangyuan felt that his psychological quality was being pulled to the limit. He grabbed the octopus man's cold tentacles and tried hard to fool him. But the octopus man didn't give him a chance. He showed obvious strength and initiative and interrupted Sen Fangyuan to ask, I forgot to ask, have you deciphered the access message we sent before? Sen Fangyuan nodded. Yes, although we are not sure. We roughly guessed your friendly message request. Guess? Oz asked again. Which part of the language did you make the guess based on? Sen Fangyuan felt that this question was a trap, but he seemed to have to jump now. The second part. A's tentacles began to fluctuate. Although they did not move or go outward, they looked very abnormal. Oz's head also turned from facing Sen Fangyuan to Xingqian. Can we meet the person who guessed the content? Sen Fangyuan knew it was over. The 2 people who deciphered the content were standing opposite them. Obviously, the second voice was some kind of important information that could make the octopus people sure of something, and this matter made them no longer peaceful, as if they were going to do something. Before Sen Fangyuan finished thinking, he felt a flash in front of his eyes. He subconsciously let go of his hand, and then a muffled bang sound scared him and made him take 2 steps back. When he wanted to move forward, he felt a transparent barrier in front of him. Is it a barrier? Exclamation mark. He looked at Mi Jiao at the end of the team. The old lady's smile had disappeared. She put one hand in the air to open a barrier to protect them, the fragile people. The other hand was facing up, gathering a ball of white light, as if ready to attack at any time. Look outside the barrier again. A and Ibuta waved their tentacles and crawled forward. Oz stood beside Sen Fangyuan across the barrier and watched motionlessly. Not knowing how the octopus people attack, Xingqian and Apollo were unsure what they were doing. Lang Meng was also concerned about the big ship next to the moon, so he asked the 2 to continue to restrain themselves and not to fight back easily. As a result, Apollo put his hand on the back of his neck and never pulled out his sword. Xingqian was the same. The dagger was out, but his hands were behind his back. He was afraid that he would take the initiative in a moment of impulse. What is this? This is Sen Fangyuan, a big man who has seen a lot, was so anxious that he kept stamping his feet. Why did they suddenly start fighting? The next moment, A and Ibuta suddenly transformed. Xingqian and Apollo widened their eyes in disbelief, and before others could react, they both drew their weapons and pointed their swords forward. Chapter 725 Mecha Octopus. Octopus people can transform into energy bodies, which is something that everyone present has seen. But this transformation shocked everyone. A and Ibuta turned into Mecha octopuses. Yes, it was a Mecha octopus with the same Mecha shell as the biological armor that they have always been proud of, but cannot explain the origin. The Mecha octopus is covered with hard outer armor all over its body, and its head is a geometric structure similar to a circle. The electronic eyes are much larger than the actual octopus eyes. The tentacles are also covered with hard outer armor, and the segments are like snake bellies, allowing the tentacles to bend at will. The color of the suction cups below is dark red, which may be a softer inner armor. They are also lined up and extend to the base of the tentacles. The mouth that should be hidden at the intersection cannot be seen at all because of the tentacles, and it is not certain what kind of structure is inside. The facial structures of the two Mecha octopuses are also slightly different, which is easier to distinguish than spots. Their outer armor is milky white, but there is a faint flow of light of different colors in the shell. Putting aside their octopus form, just looking at the structure of the Mecha, it seems that they are creatures from the same planet as Xingqian and Apollo on the opposite side. After the octopus was transformed into a Mecha, it stopped in place and did not move again. Xingqian and Apollo held their weapons tightly, with the tips of their swords pointing directly at each other, ready to fight. This sudden situation seemed to have stunned everyone. After a few breaths of silence, someone in the Line League cursed fuck, speaking out the thoughts of everyone. In the information room of the Special Affairs Office, the technicians were also dumbfounded. Who said that someone from Xingqian's hometown came? Wang Fengfeng hummed in a daze. This person really came. When Xingqian and the others were cracking the information, someone joked about this, but they didn't expect it to come true. This life form is transformed into the form of steel, and the form and structure of the Mecha. No matter how you look at it, it seems that the two sides are inseparable. After Zhu Kunjin was in a daze, he immediately called Ban He and Wenji, and asked them to come quickly. Cui Yan also notified the people of 623 at the same time, and took out 112 from the safe, and moved it to another place to store it again. Lin Fan must be from Langsing, there is no doubt about that, so the only problem is the 818 that she was asked to change. Many knowledgeable people in Lan Meng were confused at this moment. Is it going to fight? Why else do they transform? It is well known that mechas are in combat form. But after the transformation, the Mecha octopus has not moved, and the one that has not transformed has also been staying in place without moving. What is it for? Is it to recognize relatives? They are so far away, and ran to Langsing to recognize relatives? Even if Xingqian and Apollo may really have 1,000 connections with them, isn't this a bit too ridiculous? By the way, how did Xingqian and Apollo transform into mechas? When Lin Fan saw the octopus transform into a Mecha, he felt that his worldview was once again impacted. Are these guys transformers? Why are there so many forms? He complained in his heart, and the sword in his hand didn't even shake. Hey, Lin. Antonio's voice came over. Don't you think they look familiar? Could Lin Fan not see it? But this matter was no longer something her brain could handle. What she had to do was to control the dangerous factors brought by these octopuses and ensure the safety of the people around her. Not to mention what these octopuses had to do with her. Even if there were a few more humanoids like the green turtle, she would never show mercy. Just as Lin Fan's killing intent was getting stronger, the Mecha octopus suddenly degenerated into its original form, shaking its tentacles and retreating, connecting 2 by 2, and then connecting with Ars's tentacles. If the tense atmosphere had not disappeared, Mijao's barrier and the light ball in her hand were still there, the octopus turning into a Mecha would seem like an illusion to everyone. Ars turned his head and stretched out his tentacles to pull Senfanguan, but was blocked by the barrier. It explored up and down in confusion and stretched out several tentacles to climb up the barrier. Senfanguan could see the suction cups under the tentacles through the barrier, and sharp teeth were wriggling in each suction cup, which was frightening to look at. Ars explored for a while, but couldn't find a breakthrough, so he didn't bother about it anymore. After leaving the barrier, he waved the tentacle he had held before to Senfanguan, as if he wanted to continue communicating. Mijao's barrier was very tight, and it was impossible for Senfanguan to get out at this time. Just say whatever you want to say. Lin Fan didn't want to embarrass Senfanguan, so he spoke. It doesn't matter who you're talking to, just tell us. It's not that she wasn't afraid, but she felt that compared to Senfanguan, she at least had a Mecha to protect her body. The octopus man turned around when he heard her talking, but still waved his tentacles in the direction of Senfanguan. It seems that they can't understand what we say, right? Antonio reacted, we can understand one of their languages. They can't understand us, so they need help. Lin Fan remembered, after he reminded him, twisted his two-handed swords, held the gun with one hand, and stretched out the other hand in the direction of Oz, saying, "Come, I'll help you." This time Oz understood, and moved his tentacles closer. "Let me do it." Apollo took 2 steps forward. "No, it's the same." Xingchen shook her head. "I'm closer to him. You keep an eye on the other 2. The cold tentacles on her fingertips gave Lin Fan goosebumps all over her body. In fact, the touch was not as disgusting as she imagined. She knew it was just a psychological effect. Trying to ignore the weight of her fingertips, she clenched the spear with her other hand and started a new round of conversation. "Tell me, what did you want to do just now?" Oz made a whale-like sound, long and short, which was exactly the second paragraph they heard in the audio file before. "So it's you? You can understand our language." I don't know if it's because of the face-to-face communication. Lin Fan has the illusion that she can hear his tone. This guy seems to be proud. "I can understand. What can I do for you?" Because of the other party's tone, she didn't feel very happy, and her words were a little harsh. Just now, they almost fought, so Lin Fan would naturally not be as kind as San Fangyun. She talked directly with Oz, and she didn't have the energy and opportunity to translate the other party's words again. Fortunately, Antonio beside her could understand and acted as a translator. Otherwise, other people really didn't know what the two were talking about. Oz turned his head and looked at Apollo, who was whispering beside him, and asked, "You two can understand our language, and you have armed forms. Although your bodies are different, you are definitely related to us. When I first saw you, I couldn't be sure. After careful observation, I found that your armed forms are similar to ours. When you are emotionally unstable, we can also sense it." Lin Fan was stunned. When did this happen? Although the appearance of those mechas is also very similar, the mechanical structure is too obvious. After asking, "We are sure that you two are just exceptions on this planet. That's why I took action to confirm. If we are offended, we are very sorry." He has a somewhat impatient personality and tends to act impulsively. Lin Fan curled her lips. Offensive or not? How should I put it? It was a shock, but it was just a touch of the toes, which was actually okay. She didn't say anything and listened to us continue. "I didn't expect you to react so violently. Since it has come to this, we might as well show you our armed forms. I believe you can see the similarities between us. This behavior is a bit sudden, but there is no hostility, so we will soon return to our original form." This explanation makes sense. Lin Fan thought about it and asked again, "So what do you want to say?" Al's next sentence exploded the whole audience. "We think that you may be the people of our planet Octoberus." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.